Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright.
Antes del nombre América, antes del hierro y la cruz, había pueblos que hablaban con la tierra y con la luz. No era un mundo vacío, era ciencia y corazón. La historia empezó aquí mismo, aunque el invasor no pida perdón. Tiempo en el cielo cuando el mundo no sabía contar. El cero nació en la selva, el maíz nos enseñó a pensar. Calendarios y medicina, ciudades frente al sol. No era mito ni leyenda, era pueblo, era voz. No fue descubrimiento, fue invasión. No fue silencio, fue opresión. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasados, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Desde el barro del origen hasta el jaguar ancestral, desde la selva profunda hasta el águila solar, ciudades que eran mundos cuando Europa se partió, capitales que flotaban mientras el viejo mundo ardió. En la montaña aprendimos a vivir sin dominar, sin rueda y sin bestias, pero sabiendo gobernar. Caminos y comunidad, trabajo como misión. El poder no era conquista, era responsabilidad. No fue progreso, fue despojo. No fue fe, fue antojo. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasados, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, civilización a balazos y la fe pa'l control, pero la tierra recuerda, la raíz no se rinde, aunque cambien las banderas, la herida no se extingue. De norte a sur somos la misma raíz, la misma herida que se niega a morir. De norte a sur nadie sobra aquí, Latinoamérica sigue y no va a pedir permiso para existir.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados eran los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta. Por temor a lo ignorado, iban montados en bestias, como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Hipócrita que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad
autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
What we got here real quick. I hope you guys are doing well. It's been almost a week. It's been a long time. I think this week I was feeling really tired, man. That's not normal for me to feel tired. So I think I was just kind of from the sickness of last week. I don't know, man. I'm getting older, you know what I'm saying? Maybe the body's a little different now and shit. But anyhow, thank you all for being here tonight. See, there's several people watching, so we're going to get going right away. First and foremost, this is the topic, sovereign Moorish stupidity. This is me personally. I've always had a problem with chihuahuas, and I have a hard time believing the Moorish shit. I really do, because when you dig into it, they're full of shit.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
So, you know, it's kind of like, I mean, shit, bro. It's...
¡Viva México, cabrones!
So I am going to give you all a different angle today, okay? I'm gonna show you some things about, well, let's put it this way. In 2004, right? Maybe some of you guys were just born and shit. In 2004, I was working as a mortgage loan officer, okay? All through 2008, when it all hit the fan. In 2009 and 10, I started getting involved with what they called modifications, you know, trying to help people from losing their homes through a foreclosure procedure, which it all falls under the Uniform Commercial Code, you know, contractual, procedural, all that stuff, you know what I mean, considerations, yada, yada, yada. Now, I don't ever talk about these things because it's been so long, you know, and I mean, I was well-versed in this field, right? I had opportunities where I spoke to attorneys regarding particular cases that they needed to actually investigate, supposedly, when they would go to court. They were considered securitization audits. So you would go through, let's say, an audit of how a trench, or let's just say a box of mortgage files were performing. Because a lot of times, a lot of these properties would go into foreclosure, not because that property was in foreclosure, but because a whole, I guess you could say, investment, you know, contract, which has many, many mortgages within itself, was not performing. It's a lot in detail, but again, I don't talk about these things because, like, you know what I mean? It's the past, right? I'm not trying to sound like I'm all like, oh yeah, I know about this. No, I don't. But I talk about what I do know. Okay, so Before we get started,
Where's your moral?
oh, my bad, bro. What's up, dude? Good to have you here, bro. What up, dog? Good to have you here, bro. Jeremías, buenos días. Europeans will never be American. That's a damn right fucking fact. Okay, so anyways, I wanted to give you a little history of what I know. And again, I'm not boastful about these things, you know, but I do commercial insurance now. So, you know what I mean? These things they're not hard for me to understand. If I probably had a choice, man, and I've said it before, I would have probably really enjoyed being an attorney. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really like the law. Anyhow, it didn't work out for me, so whatever. But I'm not going to be none of this bullshit here. Okay, so first of all, let me bring this out. Before we go into videos, because I'm going to give you an angle of this Moorish concept, right? And how deep the rabbit hole is and how confusing they also can be. You know, I really am thankful that I'm starting to make some adjustments in this channel, willing to embrace other people's understandings of things. But at the same time, I'm also not going to, you know, change how I see spiritually because of one or two items. Maybe I'm just obsessed with detail. Maybe that's my problem. You know what I'm saying? But I would like for you guys to be obsessed with detail as well, because that's the only way you're going to really find out what the truth is. You can't leave nothing unturned. So now, with all that fucking long talk, let me just get to the point. All right? So let's get to understand this real quick. And now, I wouldn't care if they were claiming to be sovereign citizens, but when you start hearing them say, Moorish Americans, now they're Native Americans, now they're using all kinds of excuses that they're Israelites or that they're Native chiefs, and that's why the Constitution doesn't necessarily apply to them, but yet it does at the same time. You know, I mean, really. Okay, so here is what they say about Moorish sovereign citizens. This is from, matter of fact, I'll start here, right? So this is the concept here. Sovereign citizen movement. I mean, I know Wikipedia is, you know, a lot of stuff is fake, but this is pretty much, you know, what's true, right? The sovereign citizen movement, the Sovcits, is a loose group of anti-government activists, conspiracy theorists, vexuous litigants, tax protesters, and financial scammers found mainly in English-speaking common law countries, okay? Common law is the body of law primarily developed with judicial decisions rather than state, right? And although common law may incorporate certain statutes, it is largely based on precedent judicial rulings made in previous similar cases. Now, for all you guys that have never heard of this, you're going to hear an argument about Marbury versus Madison, right? In 18 or 1790 something, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But when it comes to that particular argument, matter of fact, what they're actually saying in that argument, you know, in a nutshell, is that they limit Congress to stretch their judicial, let's say, abilities. Because, let's say, the Congress can write a bill, but that doesn't mean that it could be legally applicable to us. You get what I'm saying? So, anyways, as we keep moving forward, you'll get it. You'll get the gist of it. All right. So it's mainly used here, 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 here. Now I'm actually surprised because I did hear this Samoan dude going fucking straight sovereign. Now you're also gonna find out that all of these sovereign fucking so-called citizens. It's funny. You have you have like maybe an assault case with a weapon, and they go and claim sovereignty. You have a domestic violence case. They go and claim sovereignty. You haven't paid rent for 5 fucking months. They go and claim sovereignty. Shit, you shoot at a fucking cop and they go and claim sovereignty. Now, this may be boring to you, some brothers and sisters, that I don't really touch on this, but I'm giving you an angle because it's going to encompass a whole, you know, perspective on how I see things. Do you understand? I am methodical in the way that I do my classes or how I approach topics because I want you all to really understand where all of this is going or coming from, right? I don't just judge certain things based on how I feel. I go through logic. So now we go here and say sovereign citizens have a pseudo-legal belief system based on misinterpretation of common law, claim that not to be subject to any government statute unless they consent to them. Now that word consent is very interesting, okay? You're gonna see that. The movement appeared in the US in the early 1970s and has since expanded in other countries. The similar free man on the land movement emerged during 2000s in Canada before spreading to Commonwealth countries. All right, so now you guys get the gist of it. Now, for the sake of who they are, this is who they are. Okay? This is their actual link. Uplifting fallen humanity for over 100 years. Now, listen to what this belief is. Okay? Which I have no problem with it. You know, the thing is this, that a lot of these people that are going to these courts, and the reason why I'm bringing this up to you, family, because it's going to trip you out, that a lot of them say that they're natives. And that's why, because of the Indigenous Peace Act, you can't fuck with them. I'm serious. But let's, for the sake of letting them speak for themselves, the Moorish Americans do not even, like, they're telling people to follow the law of the land. Seriously. It says, for over 100 years, Moorish Americans have constantly demonstrated plans for the betterment of mankind, teaching those things that make our people better citizens, and promoting ideas that our social, moral, and economic condition can better. Okay? As followers of our divine prophet Drew Ali. Okay? That's technically where it all stems from. All right? And the members of Moorish Science Temples of America were also greatly involved in the great program of uplifting fallen humanity. All right? Unfortunately, there has been a recent surge of so-called Moorish groups. Woo! So-called Moorish groups and individuals who promote ideas and principles that are completely opposite of the principle of Moorish Americans. And for many, these events have created a great source of confusion between the Moorish Americans and other so-called Moorish groups. Hold on, let me do that again. In case you guys don't know that, that's what we call wobbles here in this channel.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
Now remember, I am making sure that we get that not all Moorish people believe in what you're going to see in some of these videos. Moorish Americans are sovereign myth, okay? This organization of Moorish Science Temple of America is not to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitutions of the said government but to obey hereby. We Moorish Americans are not sovereign citizens. This is them saying it. We are not anti-American nor anti-government. They basically say you got to follow the structures of government. Moorish Americans do not need a driver's license. All members must preserve this holy and divine laws, and all members must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are part of and partial of the government and must live life accordingly. Now, keep in mind that a lot of these guys are saying that, you know, they justify their sovereignty by, you know, ignoring their crimes and then saying they're Moroccans. Like the peace treaty of 1792, I think, or 96. It's like, what the fuck? Listen, fam, I spent a whole week watching these cases, so you don't have to. Okay, so we're going to look at them. You know what I'm saying? We're going to look at them because you really have to understand that there's a difference between Moorish religion that really do want to follow the laws, statutes of this land, and then you got some fucking maniacs going to court. And again, I don't care if you want to call yourself a Moor, but the way that they say it, it's like they're Moorish people of indigenous descent, meaning like they've always been here. So I'm telling you, it's fucking nuts. Then it says, let's see, Moorish Americans can squat in and take possession of someone else's property. Like, yeah, we believe all Moorish Americans should have adequate shelter, but taking someone else's property is not the answer. This is not only illegal, but it also goes against the Moorish American Moral Code of Conduct. Moorish Americans need to file paperwork within the court to proclaim their nationality. Let's see, Moorish Americans have to pay for their nationality. That's something between them. Moorish Science Temples of America is government. Moorish Americans are not subject to the laws of the city-state. Okay, so there. Moorish Americans are not subject to the laws of the city-state or USA, right? All free national citizens, Moorish Americans, Irish Americans, Spanish Americans, Chinese Americans, etc., are subject to the laws of our country for the peace of our society, according to the teachings of the Prophet Drew Ali, right? So basically, like, I'm just trying to set you guys an example that whoever these people are, they're not, it's contrary to what the actual Moorish society believes, right? Look, I'm not going to argue, debate on like where this goes. I'm talking about what we see in regards to court cases. Okay. Now, real quick, Moorish sovereign citizens. This is from the SPLC. You know, we already know about them. In other words, yada yada yada. Okay, so here's in a nutshell. You're gonna see this. Okay, you're gonna hear these cases, and they're gonna actually
mention some of these things, okay? It says, in their own words, your straw man is a non-living, non-breathing, fictitious corporate entity that has the same name as you, except in all capital letters, right? So, for example, let's say Joshua, capital H-O-J-O-S-H-U-A, right? But it's a straw man. So, in reality, I'm capital J, lowercase s, lowercase o, lowercase s, lowercase h, u, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? So that's their argument. It's ultimately a trust that is brought into the existence with your signature. Lawfully, you are the executioner, beneficiary, administrator, and a stockholder of the United States Corporation, Moorish American Resource School Facebook post. That's Facebook post. You see this? They're not getting it from the link that we just saw. Political thieves, usually descendants of European colonists operating upon the American continent, have, by outright criminality, taken unlawful leave and advantage of the usurped seats of government and have polluted the sanctity of their official oath to uphold the Constitution, treaties, or unlawful violating to the natural people. Tariq Bey. Now you'll see this last name often. Okay, so we see this argument about null and void, jurisdiction. Common law, is it common law, or is what jurisdiction? Is it criminal or civil? Yada, yada, yada. You're going to hear some of this shit. My point being, okay, so this may be a boring class for some of y'all. Like, quite frankly, I don't give a shit. I'm here to educate my people. And I do this like this. I go thorough with the actual understanding that I have. And not only that, it's because, hold on a second. It's because, look, I'll show you this, fam. I'm not trying to show off, but I mean, shit. Look, I've been studying. Hold on. I've been taking notes. These are old books. Like this is me taking notes since 2018, fam. You know what I mean? Like since 2018, going through history, going through the scriptures, taking notes. I mean, and I'm talking about detailing certain things, writing some books down. Going through scripture, blah 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 blah. Like this, I have not stopped. Okay, I have not stopped. Then we have that other book over here. Shit, I didn't realize it was that long. Then I have this other one where it's more notes, okay? On top of the fact that I'm sorry, it's all kind of messy, but these are the actual hard copy books that I have, right? And these are books that I've been going back and forth. Yeah, I showed you guys that before, the Mason one. And you see this right here, like all of these, and this is not like everything I have. So then all of a sudden I go into my PDF. So the thing is, I'm constantly reading. I like to read. The Most High woke that spirit up, and I enjoy reading. So I go through as much as I can, not because I must do it. It's just part of me now. Like it's just natural for me to start picking up a book. Hey, listen, I remember that topic. Let me go back to that notes. Let me go back to that book. And that's why I have all those notes. They remind me of what I'm doing. So when I approach other topics, I'm gonna do the same damn fucking thing, bro. Now, let me show you. This is where it gets fucking nutcase, bro. And this is what I mean by what's this channel called? I thought it was a trip. Sovereign citizens claim courts are dissolved and judge shuts his argument down, right? So that's the channel. I don't know what the guy's channel. Let me see for the sake of credit, because I don't take credit for this. Sovereign Citizens Hall of Fame. So they go around and show sovereign citizens going around fucking trying to defend their wicked ass cases. And I mean, bro, for real? Like, this is nuts. What up? Good to have you here, brother. Hey, what up, Bam Bam? Good to have you here, bro. So I'm like, okay, hold on. This is what you're trying to get out of? Listen to this case, fam. It's going to blow your mind. And I'm not going to long-wind hardly any of these, all right? There's one or two that I'm going to kind of show you a little bit like length, because you have to understand, like, man, there's one case where this guy literally gets his case dismissed, but for quote-unquote mental reasons. And he wants to appeal that fucking decision. It's unbelievable. Now, at the same time, I'm also going to bring up some, in case you don't know, because we're not just going to go and listen to this shit. I'm going to take you through a lot of them things that like what they mean. I'm sorry. Particular terminologies that you'll hear. Okay, I'm going to pull them up because like I said, I've been reading about this all week. Again, this is not unfamiliar to me, fam. You get what I'm saying? but I don't. That's not something I really talk about anymore. So it's like I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? But hey, I guess we're bringing it back to where why the Most High put me through that particular walk. Okay, so let's begin. Let me shut up now.
Right into the proceeding in Judge Dominique's courtroom. Appreciate you guys. Let's jump into 125.
Shooting an East Texas police officer appeared in court today for the first time since his capture. Good evening and thank you for being with us. Bonds for 64-year-old Bobby Dennis total $1.3 million for the 3 charges he's facing, including attempted capital murder of a peace officer. Tonight, new video is showing us the moments leading up to his capture. Texas DPS released this infrared video shot from a helicopter. This afternoon, KLTV7's Emma Burns was the only reporter there as he was taken back inside the jail.
All courts and justice have been dissolved.
64-year-old Bobby Dennis made his first appearance in front of a judge after Wednesday night's arrest, bringing the end to a 4-day-long manhunt.
That must be a grand jury indictment, not by information.
Dennis making claims to the judge about court procedure and jurisdiction. He is charged with attempted capital murder of a peace officer, interference with a public service animal, and 2 counts of obstruction or retaliation. This comes after he allegedly shot a Jacksonville police officer and her canine.
That video.
So this guy questions the jurisdiction. We already know where that sovereign shit ideology is going. But not only this, bro, he shoots the cop twice. The cops don't even shoot at him. Well, let's continue.
Video shows her running for her life while 20 rounds were being fired at her, approximately 20 rounds, with her back to the suspect, running away from him.
According to Jacksonville police, the officer was shot twice by Dennis. Once in the arm, that brought her to the ground, and again in the leg as she tried to find shelter.
But I can tell you, we didn't shoot at any citizen. We didn't do anything wrong.
Dennis was taken into custody by SWAT and local agencies near CUNY. Officers say he was hiding in a bunker in the woods and surrendered himself when discovered.
Bobby Dennis was handcuffed with the injured officer's handcuffs. This was the best way it could have ended, and I'm glad it did.
Police say they believe Dennis had help while on the run, and charges may be coming for those who helped him. Emma Burns, KLTV 7 News.
And the officer and her canine partner involved in this shooting are expected to make a full recovery. We were the first to tell you earlier this week that Bobby Dennis had filed a lawsuit against the city of Jacksonville back in June. That lawsuit was dismissed 11 days before the shooting happened. That's because Dennis did not pay $405 in court filing fees as required. In his handwritten complaint, Dennis claimed municipal and county courts did not have the authority to order him to appear in court.
So he sends in what they call an affidavit or a motion, maybe an affidavit, I think, as I'm still not familiar with the whole procedural, the way the court procedures are. Yeah, all right. So I'm following. So he sends that affidavit, I think. We'll go as far as we can say that. And then here is the case. He shows up and listen to what the fuck he said. All right? Remember, I'm going somewhere, fam. You know me. You know me, family. Follow and just walk with me. We're gonna get to the point. Keep in mind, every court is different. This one seems to be more smaller and personal. It must be, I don't know if it's a small town or not, but be mindful also that, the classes that I've been sharing with y'all for a long time, a lot of times I've told you that sometimes this is a spiritual, not sometimes, a lot of times this is a spiritual war. So we're dealing with spiritual things. So if you choose to be, for example, that title of a Moor, you're putting a spirit upon you too, fam. Trust and believe. When I know that I'm a Hebrew, I don't have no fucking wicked spirit in my mind. Now, do I get tempted? You're damn right. I'm fucking normal like everybody else. And I made mistakes. And I think that's why I even got sick. But at least I'm mindful of what the fucking potentiality could be. And sometimes you just got to nip it in the butt right there at that moment. But let's continue.
Are you on the Constitution? Sure. Are you on the Constitution?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the Constitution?
No, we don't. If you was on the Constitution, why did you refuse to accept a complaint attempted to be filed by me, called in your office 2 or 3 times?
Mr. Dennis, remember everything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law.
I'm under the Indian authority.
He is under the Indian authority. Do you hear that? Now, you guys saw why he's in there. This is not a ticket, like a street ticket. This is not even like a domestic violence, no big deal. He fucking shot a cop, fam. And now he's questioning jurisdiction and saying, oh, well, I'm a native, so you can't touch me. No. That's what you are, bro. And you know, for me, it's like, bro, you guys want... Okay, whatever. Let me just be quiet. Let's continue.
Yeah. And also, since this being recorded, the United States has been dissolved. The courts, the police, the whole 9 yards has been dissolved. I'm under Indian authority. That's who have authority over me. Not expired, dissolved corporation. So this is your refusal to accept my complaint.
Let me remind you guys, in case you don't know, right? They're deporting natives. In case you don't know. Right, fam? Aren't they deporting natives? Are they not deporting natives? So-called Native Americans, right? This is what they call it, people. They are getting deported. There's no jurisdiction that Native Americans can actually benefit from, especially when they're outside the reservation and you commit a crime like everybody fucking else. Now, this is not a ticket, family. This is not a fucking ticket, okay? This man had a gun and shot at the police 20 times. 2 bullets hit that person.
What resulted to this day in Jacksonville, Texas, we will not accept a complaint. Sheriff, I called your office and I talked to you personally. Up under 22 USC 912.
He says, yeah, 22 USC 9112. Let's see. 22 USC 9112, whatever that means. Outlines a standard of assistance for the U.S. diplomatic and consular missions abroad. Okay. Foreign relations, maybe? U.S. Code Title 22? Foreign relations and intercourse? I mean, but these talk about diplomatic and consular services generally. I mean, trust me, family, I am very familiar with this stuff because when it comes to modifications, helping people to avoid foreclosure, when you get into securitization audits and you understand exactly how important it is for a paper trail to be to like under the Uniform Commercial Code, whenever you, let's say, have a note, that note cannot be another instrument. It's either a note or a stock. You get what I'm saying? The Uniform Commercial Code is very strict about those things. That's why when it came to the 2008 debacle, they completely broke the fucking law. That's what that happened. Again, I trust and believe, family, this is not a topic that I'm young in, okay? It's just been a long time. I'm just for the first time trying to really understand, okay, you know me, man. I don't come at you straight ahead. I go behind you. And I try to understand what your psychology is. Let's go.
Are you familiar that the United States corporation has been dissolved? Sure. Under 28 U.S.C. 912, and the police officer acting under the corporation of the United States vacated his oath and his action.
Remember, everything you say, Ken, will be used against you for the law.
Called 28 U.S.C. 912, and the police officer acting under the corporation of the United States vacated his oath and is acting in an individual capacity as an illegal security guard operating under an illegal government.
You don't want to carry an ID? Fine. No big deal. But you don't go around shooting people and then claim sovereignty. You know what I'm saying? Let's consider.
In a non-constitutional court.
Danny Medina, apparently you're defending, I don't know why, other people. Do I consider Canelo and Messi to be Israelites? First of all, it's up to them to decide that shit. Second, first of all, I don't think Messi's Italian. I don't know if you understand that. Us people from here, from the Americas, because I wasn't born in this. I was born in Jalisco, right? I have more understanding than you probably do, Medina. And we know that Argentinos no son de aquí, pendejo. Son pinches Italianos, güey. Like, we understand that shit. Now, as regards to Canelo, is he not? I know that there were Irish people coming over here in the 1840-something, even earlier than that, to avoid being enslaved, because they were enslaved as well, in case you don't know this. Did the women mix with us more than the men mix with them? I don't know. You know what I mean? That's for them to determine that shit. You know, what the fuck?
In proceedings, do not have the authority, and it's arbitrary. I am a sovereign American Indian.
See, you see that? You see this shit? So you shoot a cop twice, and then your excuse is they have no right to arrest you because you're an American Indian. Whoa. Hey, and you know what, Medina? If he is, so fucking what? Like, I don't understand why you're defending other gente. Like, I'm confused by you people, bro. You probably the same one that voted for Trump, you fuckface. And here you are laughing at whether Canelo is or not. It doesn't matter to me. I don't make money more or less if he is or he isn't. You know, I don't care about that stuff. I don't even fucking know why that matters to you. You know what's funny, though? You're defending other people. Like, that's what's funny to me. You voted for Trump more likely, man. Shit. Because you know why? This topic don't even pertain to you, but yet you're here trying to defend them. Okay.
Therefore, this court do not have jurisdiction. So I'm requesting to be brought before an international court with jurisdiction, custom, and I'm protected under UNIDRIP and ADRIP.
Mr. Dennis, the reigning judge will visit with you here in a second.
The judges are dissolved by the presidential notice to the patriot.
I just want to kind of give you a gist of this one here. Then he gets to the court, and watch this real quick, okay? Here we go.
Rodriguez versus Donovan.
Okay.
So you've been found guilty of treason by the courts.
Mr. Dennis, you're Bobby Michael Dennis?
I do not consent to these proceedings.
Okay. I have to go. I am Judge Domini. I'm going to go ahead and read your rights.
I do not consent to these proceedings because the corporation has been dissolved, ma'am.
Okay. I have to read your rights to you.
You see what I mean? She's okay. Now, I watched a lot of these cases, right, throughout this week, and they say the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over. Hey, let's see. I told you. Bro, what did I tell you? This fucking guy. Y'all are so easy, dude. You guys are so fucking easy. We are Americans. Do you understand that the Americas is all the way up from the north all the way down to the south, you fucking dumbass? You know, there's Estados Mexicanos Unidos. There's Estados Americanos, something like that, Unidos. Like, all of the Americas are all American. In reality, what you're trying to say is we're North American. I think that's what you mean. Because even Hondureños, though they call themselves Hondureños or Guatemaltecos, they're still Americans. Because this is the Americas. Hold on a second.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
So anyways, let me go back to my point. What I was noticing about these constant cases was there's a mental issue going on, fam. And I'm not trying to be offensive to anybody in particular. I'm just saying that because it's not just, them. It's also gringos, bro. I even saw some fucking Hispanics going in and arguing that shit. But they weren't using Moorish concepts, or that they were Israelites, or that they were indigenous Americans, and they have absolutely no reason to follow everybody else's laws. They could be cowboys, shoot people, break the law, pass, run a red light, I don't know, rape somebody privately and shit, and be like, hey, you're out of jurisdiction. You're out of jurisdiction, Ak.
By law, okay?
I do not consent to these proceedings, ma'am, because the corporation has been dissolved January the 4th, 2025 by President Donald J. Trump.
I'm going to go ahead and read your rights to you, Mr. Dennis. You have the right to hire an attorney to pay.
I do not
Listen to this.
consent to these proceedings, ma'am, because the corporation has been dissolved January the 4th,
I'm gonna
2025
go
by
ahead.
President Donald J. Trump.
I'm going to go ahead and read your rights to you, Mr. Dennis. You have the right to hire an attorney to represent you. You have the right to have an attorney present prior to or during any questioning by peace officers or attorneys representing the state.
I object to be.
You have the right to remain
refuse
silent.
consent.
You're not required to make a statement. Any statement made by you can be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to stop any questioning or interviewing at any time.
I'd like to stop it now because you don't have any authority.
You have the
over
right
me,
to
ma'am.
have an examining trial if you're accused of a felony.
The corporation is dissolved.
You have the right to request a
So this is one of their arguments, right? And I wanted to show you this one because this is the most severe one. Okay, so now we're gonna go into this one here, and again, this is the topic today. So if you guys are offended by it, well, I'm glad you're here. It was meant for you, Medina. I've never shared this side of the situations that we be talking about here on this channel consistently. I never shared with y'all this side. I mean, this side is real. They're literally claiming to be natives on YouTube, on TikTok, and even arguing about it in court, trying to get away from responsibility, from accountability and shit, from morality. It's just kind of weird to me, bro. Let's go.
On the record?
Yes.
It's not going to take 20 minutes, Your Honor. I'll give you my word.
Well, you said you have a question, sir. What's the question you want to ask?
Is this criminal or is it civil?
So you're going to hear that often. Is this criminal or is this civil? Okay, here we go.
This is criminal, sir. It's punishable by up to 93 days in jail and or $500 fines and costs.
Hey, if it's criminal, then I ask to dismiss the charge because at this point, the prosecutor, there's no sworn testimony. There's no sworn.
It's because this is just arraignment, sir. What you're talking about is trial.
All right, folks, buckle.
Let me go back to this. Maybe in another one it'll mention it, but here's the reason why he's saying it should.
At this point,
he asked. Hold on.
This is criminal, sir.
He asked, is this civil or criminal?
Punishable by up to 93 days in jail and or $500 fines and costs.
Hey, if it's criminal, then I ask to dismiss the charge because.
See, so he wants to dismiss the charge because it's criminal. Because
at this point, the prosecutor, there's no sworn testimony.
There's no sworn testimony.
It's because this is just.
There's no witness. So here's what he's basically saying, family. Here's what he's basically saying. Okay, so now let's go to our legal documentary, right? So it says here. Now, if you go to law.com, it says, pretty clear, but at the same time could be used as an excuse. Watch what it says. Crime. Noun, a violation of a law in which there is injury to the public or a member of the public. Now, here's the question. When there's injury to the public, what do you think that means? For example, we all follow the laws like every day, cross the street. You don't technically jaywalk in the middle of a fucking long avenue. Or when you drive, you stop at the red light. You slow down in the yellow. You show signals to turn. Some states are legal, some are courtesy. That is injury to the public, where you can possibly injure the public or a member of the public and a term in jail or prison or as fine as possible penalties. There is some sentiment for excluding from crime category crimes without victims, such as a consensual act or violation in which only perpetrator is hurt or involved in such person or use of illegal drugs, right? Now, when he talks about crime, it says here the definition of crime. The term crime refers to an unlawful act or omission that is punishable by the state under the law. It is a public wrong committed against society as a whole, even if it directly harms an individual, right? So as a whole, we're individual. Crime is not merely a moral or social wrong. It is a legal wrong defined and prohibited by criminal law. Also, and the reason why it's a moral, right, or social, is because there's also this thing where somebody can technically prosecute you for intent. For example, they caught this guy that was killing homeless people. And you know how they caught him? They caught him because they put a dummy like where usually these injuries were happening. They put a dummy so then they could lure him. And this guy came out of nowhere with a hammer and started hammering that dummy in the head and walked away.
cops arrested him. Why? Because they had cases regarding that same incident. The intent. He didn't hurt nobody. The intent to harm someone. And there's proof of it because of previous cases. Do you understand where this is actually not in a broader sense, but it's limited, but at the same time, it's very, very clear.
Just arraignment, sir. What you're talking about is trial.
All right, folks, buckle up because we are diving straight into a courtroom showdown that is equal parts confusing, frustrating, and absolutely jaw-dropping. Today, we're watching not one, but two self-proclaimed...
Yo, so this right here. I work for the British Broadcast Corporation, you sicko pendejo. So what the fuck does that mean? You got a job at a broadcasting channel that happens to be over there or here, whatever. What does that mean? That's what he's talking about, the BBC shit. See, that's how dumb you are, Danny. See, that's how dumb you are. You claim to have some type of superiority, because you can tell, by the way, you've never been here before, and you started making fucking comments out of nowhere. Now, there's not a single correlation when it comes to Indigenous American language in Hebrew or Aramaic. If you don't love the greatest nation on earth, just leave and go fix up the narco. So why are you here? Do you think you're going to change people's minds and shit? Or you just want to let loose and shit? Yeah, you just kind of jacking off, letting loose? Is that what it is? You want to be, like, accepted by the gringo man? Is that how bad it is, bro? You married a white woman? Is it how you sliding in there and shit? You think that's what it is because your kids are white? They're always going to be you, no matter how fucking blonde you are. And here's the funny part, family. He goes out and says Canelo is Irish. He's not even indigenous. But then at the same time, he's like, Benavides is more indigenous than him. But then at the same time, he's saying, you guys need to stop being Hondurans Mexicans. You need to be Americans. But at the same time, he's saying, we have nothing to do with Hebrewism or anything or Aramaic. We should just love the greatest country. You see how fucking confusing you are, Danny boy? That's why I know you're sliding in that ass. Brother, please, by all means, help yourself, bro. Because look, I'm going to show you something. Because in this channel, we also bring up a lot of different things here. And one of the things we actually do bring up is also Bible. You know what the Bible says about people like you? This is what it says about people like you, right? So Proverbs 2:2, it says, as a matter of fact, I'll give you 6. It says, for the Lord giveth wisdom, out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. But you see, that kind of knowledge and understanding doesn't just open their mouth, right? Because you showed up for the first time. You actually pay attention. And you understand what you're looking at before you make a comment. And then you pay attention to the comments that you made before you go and trip on your own fucking mouth. There's no single correlation to Indigenous Americans' language in Hebrew and Aramaic. If you don't grab the latest country in our nation, just leave it. You know what's so funny, fuckface? Because there's a lot of documentation where even the people that gave and funded all the trade, the slave trade, specifically our people, admitted it themselves. And they're called Israelis today. You know what I'm saying? It's so fucking funny, bro. Yeah, you know what? Go watch American Cholo. Go watch American Cholo. I'm sure he's going to like you because he's one of your Honduran dumbasses. You know, it's so funny, bro. You guys are all thinking the same shit. No wonder you're fucking dumb. And your country don't mean nothing. That's why you're like, I want to be white and American. Because Honduras sucks. Shit, you guys even suck at the easiest sport is soccer, bro. And you guys still suck. You're so easy to figure out. Go have sex with your wife, bro. That little blonde or so-called wannabe blonde woman that you want to sleep with.
Sovereign citizens try to bend the law to their will. And let me tell you, it gets wild fast. Right out of the gate, we have Mr. White questioning whether this is even a criminal case. He's asking the judge to dismiss the charges before anything has even started, citing no sworn testimony. Classic sovereign citizen talk. The judge, unfazed, calm, collected, and ready to lay down the law. You're going to see him navigating legal nonsense with precision, making it crystal clear that the courtroom isn't a place for theatrics.
The reason I'm sharing this with y'all is also because you need to not fall for this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Don't fall for this. I mean, listen. I got some brothers in one Pacific one that he gets into this, and I'm like, I haven't seen a case, bro, where you guys found $1 million and shit, and you're living fucking like that. Not one case. Not one case of sovereign citizens, and supposedly there's $1 million being traded under your Social Security. I haven't found one case where one person has actually said, yep, here's my account, and he lives for free like a millionaire. Not one. No offense. I'm just saying. So I'd rather not have our people fall for this fucking dumb shit.
A place for law. And for you viewers, this is your chance to weigh in. What would you do if faced with someone claiming to be above the law? Stick around, because the next few minutes are going to test the limits of patience, legality, and just plain common sense.
Right on the telephone ending in 1336.
Sui juris and personal persona. I'm Stephen Tyrell White, beneficiary of sovereign. I'm here under fraud, menace, and arrest. Fiduciary Daniel Williams Norbeck.
Okay, Mr. White, we're going to pop you over in the waiting room because you're just going to be a distraction for all the citizens here willing to abide by the laws of our country. So we'll pop you over in the waiting room and we'll get back to you. In case you guys have ever heard of the term sovereign citizen in the news, that's what one of them sounds like when they try to come to court. All right, Mr. White, are you able to hear me?
Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to read this to you so you understand what you're charged with. This says that on January 7th of this year on 2nd Street there in the city of Fenville, that you were driving while license suspended. That is a misdemeanor. It's punishable by up to 93 days in jail and or $500 fines and costs. You understand your charge?
Objection, Your Honor. I do not understand my charges or
okay.
Thing they say I don't understand my charges because they're arguing about jurisdiction. Okay, let's go.
I'm going to mark you down as not guilty, and we'll set you for a jury trial. You can continue to.
Your Honor, you're practicing
Yes.
on the bench.
Now that right there, he says, Your Honor, you're practicing from the bench. Okay, hold on. Let me show you.
Okay, I'm going to mark you down as not guilty, and we'll set you for a jury trial. You can continue to.
Your Honor, you're practicing from the bench. You're practicing from the bench. That's my job or my attorney job. I'm
You see, so he says, Your Honor, you're practicing from the bench because the judge pled not guilty on his behalf. Now, why does the judge do that? Okay, I'm going to show you something real quick. Watch this real quick, okay? That's their job. Because unlike the old days, if you did not argue the case that very moment, plead guilty or not guilty, before they would just say you're guilty. Hold on a second. You're guilty. And that's it. Which was a British law. Now, the Federal Rule of Criminal Procedures 11A4 and various state laws, example California Penal Code, specifically authorize judge to enter a not guilty plea on behalf of a defendant who refuses to plead, remains silent, or is uncooperative during an arraignment, which is what they're going through. This ensures the criminal process proceeds with a full trial. He gets the right to do a trial. But at the same time, it says what? This action protects the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial and the presumption of innocence. So that's why he pled not guilty on his behalf, because the judge has to either have to hear him say not guilty or guilty. And if he says not guilty, if he says, I don't understand what jurisdiction, or he doesn't want to answer, the judge by law has to plead not guilty on his behalf so he can preserve his rights. Okay? Let's continue.
I'm sui juris. I'm appropriate first.
Okay,
first time.
Mr. White, I don't know where you read the stuff that you're saying, but it's legal nonsense. It means nothing in a court of law. So if you're not willing to state that you even understand or recognize the authority of the court, my options are I can make you come in for arraignment and not give you a PR bond, and then you'll have to post bond to not sit in jail. You want to do it that way instead? Right now, if I get through arraignment with you, I'll give you a PR bond. Mr. White,
I'm asking you a question.
What's the question, sir?
I'm not arguing.
The PR bond basically saying that he doesn't, personal recognizance, I believe that's what it's called, where it's like they trust that he's going to show up to court. Like, okay, fine, you don't have to post a bond. Just, I get it. I think you're going to come back, right? So we do a PR. But if you don't want, I'll just fucking put a bond. And if you don't show up on that day, you'll get a warrant after that. I'm telling you, I've been listening to this for a whole week just to make sure that I give you guys a good understanding of what is the argument in these courts. And they're also saying that they're Native Americans, which is fucking ridiculous. Like, it's kind of like this guy here, Medina. Like, I go watch your brother on American Cholo, bro. He's one of your kind, bro. He voted for Trump just like you. This is funny. And then he says that the fictional book was used to enslave our indigenous ancestors, but you keep quoting it. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you guys stand strong voting for Trump because he's a Christian? Bro, you are fucking dumb, Medina. I don't know why they hired you at that fucking place. I'll tell you what, I would have been your boss had I been working there.
With you, Your Honor. I just want you to hear me. Okay,
but I don't want to listen for 20 minutes. Go ahead and ask your one question, and we'll start there and see if it's a real question.
Am I on the record?
Yes.
It's not going to take 20 minutes, Your Honor. I give you my word.
Well, you said you have a question, sir. What's the question you want to ask?
Is this criminal or is it civil?
Is this criminal or is it civil? Right? Same argument he said earlier. Let's go.
This is criminal, sir. It's punishable by up to 93 days in jail and or $500 fines and costs.
Hey, if it's criminal, can I ask to dismiss the charge? Because at this point, the prosecution, there's no sworn testimony. There's no sworn.
It's because this is just arraignment, sir. What you're talking about is trial. That would be several steps down the road.
What you're saying is like when he says guilty, not guilty, okay, sounds good. Now, when he says not guilty, then they're going to go to trial where he can prove he's not guilty, right? Like they're talking steps way before because they're trying to get this case dismissed at the end of the day. That's what they want, right?
Arraignment is just for you to make sure that you understand what you're accused.
Here's where it gets truly fascinating. Mr. White is reading statements like, I'm a beneficiary and a sovereign, but in the court's eyes, that holds no legal weight whatsoever. The judge is crystal clear. Legal nonsense does not hold up in court. This is a key teaching moment for anyone watching. Arraignment is about understanding your charges and entering a plea, not presenting philosophical or pseudo-legal argument.
Hey, Medina, why does North America of the Anglo-Saxon, control have a pedophile and you guys still love him? And by the way, and you know what's so funny? He loves the small hat. You know what I mean? The small hat funded his ass. And call him out for it. Khazars. Are you too afraid to fucking say it? Khazars funded his ass. So-called, so-proclaimed Jewish people funded Donald Trump, who you love. As a matter of fact, in case you don't know this, do yourself a favor, Medina. This is how fucking dumb you are, okay? Read a book called The Jews and Muslims of British Colonial America. And you're going to find out that these so-called people you hate gave you this country. Literally. They funded all of it. And you just don't know that you've been a slave to hit their ass since the get-go. Oh, that's right. Because you're a Honduran. Yeah, they really didn't feed you guys a lot of... I won't even say it. Let's go.
And yet, the sovereign citizen persists, asking for the charges to be dismissed and claiming the absence of sworn testimony. The judge doesn't just roll over. He carefully explains the process, sets a not guilty plea, and lays out options for bond. This is the perfect example of why understanding the courtroom process matters. So, I want to hear from you. If you were in Mr. White's shoes, would you stick to your sovereign arguments or play it smart and hire an attorney?
Accused of, what the penalty is, and for you to enter a plea. You're accused of driving while license suspended. I read to you what the possible penalties are, and I asked you if you wish to plead guilty or not guilty at this time.
No, with Your Honor, I'm a beneficiary and I'm a sovereign. I'm here under fraud, menace,
Okay, sir. Those sentences don't mean anything. They have no legal meaning whatsoever.
It's guaranteed by
So
my
I've
constitutional
indicated that since you can't understand arraignment, I've entered a plea of not guilty on your behalf. I've set you for a jury trial. You can represent yourself free of charge, or you can hire an attorney. And now you must make a choice, sir, for bond. If we get through the arraignment with you on Zoom, I'm going to give you a PR bond, personal recognizance bond. That means you don't have to post any money. We're essentially trusting you that you'll keep coming back for your court dates. It is no driving without a valid driver's license. If you cannot get that far, in other words, if you really don't understand what's happening here, then I'm not going to allow you to be arraigned by Zoom. I'm going to set you for arraignment in person. And you will come to this courthouse. You will not get a PR bond. You will get a $300 cash or surety bond, meaning that you will need to post $300 in cash, or you will sit in jail from that day until your trial date. So I'll give you a choice. Do you want to be arraigned over Zoom like we're doing today, or would you like to come in and be arraigned in person?
Well, I object to all of this, Your Honor, because at this point, I don't even understand the charges. I do not understand the charges. I'm not trying to.
That's fine. No, sir, you're allowed to. Sir, you're allowed to object, and I understand your sentence that you don't understand the charges. And so I will attempt to work with you for that for a second. I'm going to read the charges to you, okay? This says that it takes place on January 7th of this year. You understand that, right? The date that I just read.
So I think this is a good enough portion of this video, because I think it really tells you a lot about where they're going and what they're doing. Now, this is the one that really like kind of got me to like do this class. Pay attention to this, family, okay? And you know what this group is? This is that group.
Understand what you're saying.
Is that group? What's that group? Fuck. He's that preacher. He's a Moreno too.
And he's got white boys in there, white people in there, and shit. They're all Hebrews, he says. All right. So watch this. This is a matter of fact, I don't even need to show this here. Check this out.
I don't speak your language. I only speak man to man.
Next, we're in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where 22-year-old Ryan Desmith and 24-year-old Jordan Salmi are appearing on gun possession charges. 3 weeks earlier, the men attended a church Christmas pageant armed with loaded semi-automatic pistols. Desmith and Salmi are members of what's called the Hebrew Israelite community, along with former Green Bay Packer Kabir Baja Biamila.
Some are using the Moorish concept to set themselves free. Some are claiming that they're Israelites and only God tells them what to do. Oh, by the way, what up, sis? Good to have you here. Hold on, who else did I miss? I missed somebody else too, I think. No, that was it. Yep, that was it. Oh no, that's right, Julio. What up, bro? I didn't. Oh, my bad, bro. I saw you. Where you at? Saludos, bro. All right, let's continue. This. Like I told you, this is interesting, right?
Known as KGB. KGB was involved in a dispute with his ex-wife over his religious objections to their children appearing in the pageant. He asked the men to film the event in his absence for evidence. Desmith and Salmi refused to leave when church leaders asked. Police arrived and charged them both with disorderly conduct, obstructing an officer, and carrying a concealed weapon. Today, they're at the Brown County Court for a first appearance on the charges. And they're not going to make things easy for County Court Commissioner Cynthia Vopal.
Did you get my notice?
Your notice, sir?
I'm not a sir. You can have a seat.
Have a seat, please.
The notice that Desmith asks about is one of a series of handwritten notes he and
You see them fringes? I got me some long fringes, Hawk. They're all the way down to my shoes. It's like that comedian dude that he mocks like some cholos and shit. And you know how cholos like to sag their shorts? I don't know, which one is it? Yeah, like he did the cholo scene where they're sagging their shorts, and then one's like all the way down to his knees. The other one has eventually one's in the carrying the. He's got like a string attached to himself, and the pants are on the floor. This is so. Okay, let's go.
The notice that Desmith asks about is one of a series of handwritten notes he and Salmi filed, which claim they're not part of the legal society and quote, idiots before the court. Their list of demands includes $300,000, no jail time, and various apologies and retractions. The commissioner moves on.
Do you plan on hiring an attorney?
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't speak your language. I only speak man to man.
Okay. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf.
If you enter a plea on my behalf, you will be held fully liable.
And you will have these cases. We will be then sending this case upstairs.
Desmith's defiance and language are similar to courtroom strategies of the sovereign citizen movement, which claims that state courts hold no jurisdiction over them.
Who are you?
I am the court commissioner. I'm in charge of hearing this introductory hearing in the court.
Who are you? She just answered the question, sir.
Sir, we don't have time for this. I have a courtroom full of people.
I'm not a sir.
The hearing ends when Desmith refuses to sign his bond paperwork.
Either sign this or we're going to mark it as refused. I deny service. Okay. Refused, and then you can leave. Okay, we're done here.
Goodbye.
On his way out, he fist bumps his supporters, including KGB, who was watching from the gallery. The court has even less time for Salmi's dissent, which lasts only 30 seconds.
One where they say straight up Hebrew. Even a gringo and shit says he's a Hebrew, bro. Wow. What the world has turned into. Okay, let's see if we can get to this. Oh, yeah, here goes. Here's the one that you'll get to see. Okay. Hey, what up, bro? Good to have you. Let him, bro. Let him love Trump. Let him love Trump, bro. Hold on, is this it? No, there's one says where they are really psycho. Okay, I think this one's pretty good. Let's go.
Did you want to handle that case right now, Judge Najee Goodman? Mr. Bowditch has spoke to him.
Mr. Bowditch, are you ready on Goodman? Well, Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Goodman. Mr. Goodman asked me to tell you that the prosecutor in this case has no power of attorney over him. He's an Israelite.
Hold on, you gotta hear that again, family. I mean, this is serious, bro. Like psycho. This is confident incompetence. Seriously. Let's go.
Mr. Goodman asked me to tell you that the prosecutor in this case has no power of attorney over him. He's an Israelite. There's no grounds under the bar code this matter should be dismissed. I believe he may want to represent himself. You may ask for some clarification if you talk to Mr. Goodman, but that's what he told me to tell you.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman, are you requesting that you represent yourself on this matter? You're muted, Mr. Goodman.
What I'm saying is, nobody has power of attorney law over me through the barcode. I'm the beneficiary. My name is not those capital letters, so I'm an Israelite from the 12 tribes. So what I'm saying,
he's an Israelite from the 12 tribes. Medina, you know who you should be talking to? You should be talking to someone like him, bro, for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, you coming here worried about us. That's a really fucking big problem. That's the problem you should start worrying about, Honduran.
I'm representing myself. That's all that needs to be said, because that's what the law is. I got common law jurisdiction. It's a non-violent crime. So I push for it to be dismissed under the barcode.
Well, it's not going to be dismissed today. So, simple question. Are you representing yourself from this point forward? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm counseling myself.
All right. Mr. Bowditch, you're out. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I said, are you planning on filing a motion, or would you like to set this case for trial?
I'm planning on filing a motion to dismissal because there's no grounds or no standing over my case, because nobody has power of attorney law to hear me, to even take this process even further. You got to prove that first. You got to prove that you got power of attorney law over me to hear this matter. Okay, I'm an Israelite.
You're saying, but you don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. You don't have power of attorney law. The prosecutor don't have power of attorney law. You don't have power of attorney law. It's under the barcode.
Mr. Goodman, please do not interrupt me. I'm trying to be polite.
Okay, it's under the barcode though. This is what you signed up to do. You're a public servant. So
right, unless you are a price on a can of beans, we don't need a barcode.
I forgot about you. I forgot that you had said that. Look, I think that we can be very clear that I don't go around telling our people, you guys are Hebrews, or we have similarities to those people. And I don't have proof. I've been showing this since 2022, family. I haven't stopped. Do you get what I mean? For Medinas or whatevers to come over and start wondering like, no, that's a fucking lie, but we love America. That book is fake. And wait a minute, hold on a second. People like you love America. Isn't that based on supposedly, or North America, Christian wobble shit like WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants? You know, the ones you love, they believe in that. Now you're saying their book is not legitimate? Supposedly their book? Confusing, bro. Confusing.
Yes, I am. I'm a human being. I'm not a deity. I'm a human being. I'm a living man. I'm a living being. I'm not no cargo. I'm not none of that. It's under the barcode.
He's a living man. He's not a deity. He's not a cargo. He's under the barcode. And the reason I mentioned earlier, like the documentation I bring out, is not to destroy your minds. This is a destroyed mind. Do you understand the confidence that they have? And hey, man, more power to you. But you sound so fucking stupid. And you make no sense. Fuck. A fuck. Hey, the first everything.
This is the real law. Yeah, no standing or no ground.
Mr. Goodman, I'm going to give you a date for your motion.
I'm only here to threaten cohesion.
Pardon me?
I want all my rights intact to me at all times. Do you agree?
I can't understand what you're saying. I think you're too close to your mic.
I want all my rights intact to me at all times. Do you agree?
I can't understand you, so no, I don't agree. I hear you're something
okay,
all the time.
I want all my rights intact me at all times. I want all my rights intact me all the time.
All right, I can't understand you.
Okay.
Are you still living on border? Are you still living on border? Mr. Goodman, are you still living on border?
Ashley, keep yourself muted, please. Your child keeps crying. Thank you.
No, I live somewhere else. I moved.
All right. Can you give me that address, please?
I stay at hotel rooms from time to time because I don't have no house right now.
Here's a problem that I have. He's an Israelite from the 12 tribes, but he doesn't have a house. He stays at a hotel. He looks like a capable man that could work and keep a job, I think. I mean, with that confidence.
Gotcha, bitch.
I'm just saying, bro.
So I'm in a hotel room.
Geographically, where are you at today?
Detroit, Michigan.
All right. So my next pretrial date is when, Heather?
It is March 8th.
All right. So, Mr. Goodman, I'm going to give you a date on March 8th to file a motion. You file a motion, we'll hear it on March 8th. That's going to be in person.
Motion for dismissal?
Whatever you want to file a motion. You said you wanted to file a motion. So I'm giving you a hearing date for your motion.
What time?
We'll schedule that at 10 a.m. and this is going to be live. No Zoom.
All right.
Having trouble
All right. I
with
want
audio.
all my rights and text me all the time.
Pardon
I'm
me?
only here to threaten confusion. I just want all my rights and text me all the times. And everybody just got to prove that they got power of attorney law.
You got to slow down because you're talking so fast I can't understand you. I keep hearing all time, but that's all I'm getting.
Okay, what I'm saying is for the dismissal, I'm about to put it in today. You got to prove that you got power of attorney law from you. I'm going to have to sue the courthouse for 100-fold.
Mr. Goodman, I don't have to prove a damn thing to you, sir. If you're here on the
you got to prove you got to prove that you got power of attorney law over me. You don't have power. I don't care what you're talking about. You got
attorney over you, Mr. Goodman. Listen
yes, you do. You need power of attorney law to talk to me. You know?
Fam, the reason why, again, this is important. I don't care if they believe sovereignty. I don't care. But when they're using Israelite, 12 tribes, and Native Indian, Native American, Native chief, Moorish from the get-go, you know what I mean? It's like, nah, fuck no. I gotta make sure that we are clear with the doctrine of these people. See, like I said, whatever belief you have has a spirit behind it. This Moorish ideology or theory, whatever the fuck it is, it's got a spirit behind it. Do you get what I'm saying?
You ain't got no ground. You ain't no standing.
And look what it's doing to people.
You ain't no ground on understanding. I got the affidavit of truth right here. I got authenticate birth certificate. I got a letter of intent over here right now. I broke all my contracts with the government. I'm not those capital letters. I'm with the 12 tribes of Israel. My name is Israel. I'm an Israelite. I'm with the 12 tribes of Israel.
What I mean, bro? Hey, I'm a Hebrew. But doesn't the scripture say to, keep, follow the, you know what I mean? Like, aren't they using the Mosaic laws? Isn't this what this institution, corporation, or country, whatever you want to call it, they're using Mosaic laws from the Bible who were for the Israelites, and now you're saying you don't want to follow the Mosaic laws? Because last time I checked, the Most High wants order. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of order. But you don't? Like, this is fucking weird.
You don't got no power of attorney law over me. I'm pushing for dismissal. I'm suing your courthouse for 100-fold.
422.
So I don't know if this is the same guy. Give me a second.
Knows he has pending cases in Frank Murphy. He went before Judge Michael Callahan yesterday. He was his bond was reinstated with a tether.
Representing yourself on that one.
I have nobody to represent me. I think it was Langford or something was supposed to be my attorney. I'm not sure how it went south.
Okay. All right, counsel, go ahead and make your bond argument. But before you do, just so we're all on the same page.
Of that.
Weird one, but you know what? Just for the sake of time, let's continue moving forward. Because we do have a couple more, and then that's it. And then we're gonna try to. What time is it? 1:20. Maybe. Oh, okay. This is a good one here. Okay. And again, family, I know that there are some channels out there claiming that there's such a thing as a straw man concept. But I would tell you, like any fucking adult, just pay your registration. Just get your license. Just get the insurance. I mean, let's put it this way. A lot of these people end up going to jail for several months, several weeks sometimes. You would think that's losing money, correct? Like, what the fuck? I mean, okay. Now, this is a very interesting one because, look, Tariq, those guys. Do you see what I'm saying? This is stupid FBA bullshit, fam. Wobbleism hidden. And I think dressed up in a certain way where we're not really watching it. Now I'm showing you what's going on in the courts. I was telling you what was going to happen since 2022. I told y'all this was going to happen. I fucking told you. I was the only channel that pointed out the wobbleism, BHIism, FBA, and the fact that it wasn't just the white folks that were enslaving our people. This was the only channel that was bringing that shit out with historical books. And now we're here. And now we're seeing them that they're actually taking these arguments to the court. Now they're getting embarrassed. But I don't know if that's confidence, family. That's a spirit in their mind. Like they just don't realize they're running into a big fucking wall. Do you understand what I'm saying? And it's not like it's... A lot of these cases have more to do with some other shit that they've done. Dude, it's crazy. Let's continue.
Tariq Samar, Tariq Ade here.
Ready Judge, Torshio Fleecer, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Day.
He's there. Can you turn on your camera, sir?
I don't have any contract with a public defender's office.
You what?
I don't have any contract with the public defender's office to represent me.
You don't have a contract with them?
Correct.
Yes, Judge. I reached out to Mr. Day to try to help pre-try this case.
It's going to be a Bellinger thing?
I think so, Judge.
Okay, go for it.
My understanding is that he had enough counsel that he's going to have, I believe, on his file. And I wish him good luck if that's the case, but I don't see another attorney here, so I don't know what's going on, Your Honor.
No,
Mr. Day?
I'm defending myself. I told him that I would notify the court that I relieved him of any implied obligations to this case.
So you're going to represent yourself?
I'm defending myself, correct.
Okay, then you need to be here. Now.
Well, as I told the court, I requested a Zoom hearing because I have COVID, so there is no way I can.
In a vehicle with a hat on, no mask. Oh.
I am inside my vehicle right now.
What'd you say?
I said yes, because I'm inside my vehicle right now.
He ends up showing up, okay? It gets interesting. Let's go.
3 minutes. I'm going to take a recess, then I'm going to come back, because everything's going downhill.
This court does not have jurisdiction.
I'm going to take a recess, then.
There gets to a point where, no, this is not even the good one. I'm telling you, the good one is where they do a competence test. The fucking dude fails a competence test. He fails it. They're like, you know what, sir? The judge says, I have to dismiss the cases. Like, you're free to go in a sense because you're not competent. The guy's like, no, I need to appeal that because I am competent. It's like, bro, didn't you want to dismiss the fucking cases, bro? Being incompetent is the best fucking route to take. But no, that's not this one. You know what I mean? So we're almost there.
And I'm going to come back because everything's going downhill, and it's those two guys' fault. What's your name?
Tariq Samar Tariq Ade, the executive of the Tariq Samar Tariq Ade Living Trust.
Another thing you're going to hear, Living Trust.
Owner, Tariq Ade, Wilson Estate.
Sir, you indicated that you wish to represent yourself on this matter?
Yes.
All right. You understand at your arraignment you were given the charges that have been filed against you?
I was given a charge. So if there were any additional, I was not given those charges. The only charge I got was a fleeing and eluding.
Fleeing and eluding, 3rd degree.
3rd degree, correct. And if any...
Fleeing and eluding, 3rd degree. He didn't just stay there. Like, he literally fucking took off, okay? Third degree is like pretty severe, by the way. First, second, and third. You understand what I'm saying? Let's go.
Anything else was tallied onto that? And I was not told.
I have one charge.
Okay.
That is a felony punishable by up to 5 years incarceration and $1,000 fine plus court costs. The Secretary of State would be required upon your conviction to.
Considering what he just said, it's a crime. Okay, so we go back to crimes. Remember, he's talking about, is it jurisdiction, is it civil or criminal? It's criminal, right? Now, when it gets to felony, you see, other courts take over. But it's talking about a crime sufficiently serious to be punishable by death, damn, or a term in state of federal prison, as distinguished from a misdemeanor, which is only punishable by confinement to county or local jail. That's why they have Third Circuit, Eighth Circuit, you know what I'm saying? Lower courts, higher courts, Supreme Courts, you know, all that type of courts, right? So we're kind of getting the understanding of like what they're talking about. It's not difficult to understand, family, right? It's not hard to understand as long as you got somebody at least giving. Like I said, I'm not in there, you know what I mean? But I spent a week listening to this, and it's all repetitive. It's all so fucking repetitive. You see, the way that it's seen, like, and my wife and I were talking about this. It's the court system has a kind of like a production line. It's just, they're just going with the motion. It's just going with the motion. And this whole fucking sovereign shit maybe at first started kind of like slowing the production line down. But then eventually they're like, oh, you know what? We already know how to handle this. And they're just pushing them right through because they really have no fucking case. Even if you sit by and say, okay, the Moorish people gave me the authority because I'm a Moor. I mean, we just saw earlier, and this is why I shared this with y'all. Where you at? This right here. This is why I shared with you their link. And then their link, they say it expressly. They express it themselves. There's no such thing as taking positions because you're a Moor. There's no such thing as, you don't have to have a driver's license. That's not what the actual Moorish Americans believe. This is why they even say it, some fucking pseudo group. It says, unfortunately, there has been a recent surge of so-called Moorish groups and individuals who promote ideas and principles that are completely opposite of the principles of the Moorish Americans. You see what I'm saying? This is not just happening on TikTok, talking shit. They're the natives, so-and-so, and all this and that, doing YouTube classes, whatever. They're taking it to court, arguing that supposedly they can get away with breaking the law because they're Native Americans.
And you're like,
Who are you?
All right, let's go.
license for a period of 1 year. You understand that, sir?
I do, but I have some questions.
As soon as I get through this, you have indicated that you wish to represent yourself. I have to advise you that there are some dangers in you representing yourself. You understand that, sir?
I do comprehend.
And you understand that if you proceed to represent yourself, that the court is not going to assist you to understand the procedures or anything regarding the court proceeding, that you will be responsible for that, and I will be holding you to the same standard that I would be holding the attorneys in the room in terms of even ruling on evidence or anything along those lines in regard to the procedure and the process. You understand that, sir?
Correct. I comprehend.
All right. You also, so I will ask you again, do you still continue to wish to represent yourself in this matter?
Yes, I will be defending myself.
You understand also, sir, that should you change your mind and could not afford to hire an attorney and wish to be represented by an attorney, the court would consider making sure that you are afforded counsel. You understand that?
I comprehend.
How do you wish to proceed on this matter, sir?
First, I wanted like an oral motion for dismissal based on the fact of the lack of probable cause and also the lack of a personal and subject matter jurisdiction based on the fact that this is a trust matter from the name.
Again, the trust matter, judicial jurisdiction, that kind of shit, right? Okay, let's continue. See how repetitive it is? Let's continue. Let's go.
Name to the private conveyance that was stolen by the third party, Wall Street Towing, and impounded on the colorful actions of Officer Trowbridge of the Washington County Sheriff's Department. Also, I have not been able to, as of Constitution Amendment 6, being able to face my accuser.
Amendment 6. Okay, so let me pull that up real quick. Constitution Amendment. Hold on, Amendment. Hello. 6. It says the Sixth Amendment guarantees criminal defendant the right to a speedy and public trial, an impartial jury, notice of charges, confrontations of witnesses, compulsory process for defense, witnesses, and legal counsel. Now, it's true. He did. It's right, but it's within the trial. You get what I'm saying, family? This is not the trial yet. You got it? Let's continue.
With the state of Michigan being a fictitious entity.
He does have the right. Like, they're giving it to him, but he doesn't see that. He's stuck on a repetitive, regurgitating, script. I'm sure that's what they got. And say this and say that and say that again and again and again. Just because you say it doesn't make it so. If you really understand the law the way it works, you probably get away with a lot of other shit. But anyway, let's go.
And there's no injured party. There's no crime that has been committed.
The injured party, supposedly the understanding of crime, the only way it's a crime is if somebody's injured. No, it also says if you injure the public or an individual within the public. I'm not a lawyer, but I mean, you can read it and that's what it fucking says.
And again, to the probable cause of the initial stop and the arrest cannot be proven. There was no probable cause for the arrest or stop. There was no warrant on hand for the arresting officer to conduct an arrest. And even more so, again, as I stated, this is trust property, so this court didn't have jurisdiction to adjudicate over the foreign trust.
Finish?
Oh, no, actually, I was also moving to place you and the clerk as fiduciaries over the trust, and I'll be able to supply you all with the adequate assurance certificate of security to settle and offset charges.
Well, you will be doing nothing to me and nothing to my clerk.
That shit was funny, man. He's like, well, you'll be doing nothing to me, young man. So we're going to go to this point here, because here's where it gets defiant. That's why you see the peace officers going behind him. All right, let's go.
They are not. I'm not here. They are virtually the same thing. So where do you wish to proceed now?
As I stated, my motion.
Do you wish this set for preliminary examination? Your motions have been denied.
I wish for the prosecution to provide the evidence that any of this needs.
You don't have discovery on this case. Is that what you're asking?
I'm not asking for discovery whatsoever.
Okay. So in the arraignment process, you have the right to request discovery. Like, discovery is what they have against you. Do you get what I'm saying? So he's like, I need to know. All right, listen to that again, okay? Just listen to that again. He's asking for what they want to give him, then he says he doesn't want it.
You have no legal degree. They are not, I'm not here. They are virtually the same thing. So where do you wish to proceed now?
As I stated, my motion.
Do you wish this set for preliminary examination? Your motions have been denied.
I wish for the prosecution to provide the evidence that any of this needs.
You don't have discovery on this case. Is that what you're asking?
I'm not asking for discovery whatsoever.
So what are you asking for?
I stated that the prosecution needs to prove that a crime was committed.
The judge just said, so you don't have discovery. Like, you don't have what they have against you. No, that's not what I want. Hold on. Fuck that. No, actually, that don't belong to you. That's like stupid ass, move out the way. Man, this is so fucking amazing. You know what I'm saying? When you start looking at this in a slow manner, like, you realize what's going on. Spiritually speaking, family, I'm telling you right now, this is not by chance. Spiritually speaking, you're starting to see the minds of people where it's turning. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, for example, you have a bunch of people that voted for Trump and they're stuck on Trump, and Trump is Jesus. Then you got these people that are like thinking these things that they created everything. Like the brother said, first everything, first chavala, first first everything. Do you get what I mean? And then all of a sudden, our people are starting to like slow down and realize, hey man, there's a reason why all of these things happen to us.
And there's a lot of history about why it happened to us. Even in our own history, you don't even have to go to the Bible. Our people wrote about these things. Come on, man. Let's go.
And they also need to show and prove that there is an injured party for the crime to have even been committed.
As I've indicated, you will have that hearing. Do you wish to have discovery?
Discovery should be provided regardless. There's no wish about it.
Wish to have.
See what I'm saying? Oh, that's gonna hurt. Shit, this is so crazy. Gotcha, bitch. All right, let's go.
Discovery should be provided.
Don't play word games with me.
I'm not playing.
Mr. Allen.
Discovery.
Not play word games with me. You're playing.
You see how the peace officers went behind him? You don't want this in court. You know, because at that moment, you know, there's a chance that they could, you know, hold you in contempt and give you fucking 30 days right then and there. This is not a joke. And you know what, family? I'll be honest with you. My son, he wants to, you know, get into law. He's young, but he likes that. And I'm trying to influence him to be like, if you're going to do that, don't do cop shit. Don't do the other stuff. Go after that, you know, judge position. Be a judge, even for the lower circuits. You know what I'm saying? Like, work that process and get to that point. Because cops get shot. Detectives don't ever have a life. You get what I'm saying? But these people here, I mean, if that's what he wants to do, I have to support him. I'd rather him focus, be a judge. You know, he got a good mind. He's a 13-year-old boy, but he's got a good mind. All right, let's go.
With the wrong judge. You can smile and smirk all you want.
I'm not trying.
I'm giving you your warning.
You see, so at this moment, this is when whoever is advising these young people, because most of them are young, a couple of them are older, they really are putting you in a bad fucking position. They're fucking with your brain, your spirit, and now you're getting in trouble because you're believing these processes that it's like everything else, man. I'm not a mechanic. Sure as hell know how to do an oil change, you know what I mean? I could probably fix a fucking brake. You get what I'm saying? But there's some stuff that you just can't find on YouTube. Just like you can't be a surgeon, you know what I mean? You can't, come on, bro. Like, I still have not seen no sovereign, quote unquote, citizen live off their Social Security being invested in the stock market. Still have not found one. Without having to go to court, without any of doing that. Just all of a sudden getting some bills and calling them legal tenders and signing them and boom. Not tenders, legal tenders. Like using a bill and says pay to the order of, sign it and send it, and thinking that gives you credit. Not one sovereign so-called citizen have I met personally, and trust me, I've known about this shit since 2007, that I've never met one that lives off of that so-called $1 million Social Security traded account. It's only gonna get you in trouble. If you really wanna be smart about it, go to fucking law school and figure it out. You might actually be good at it. Let's go.
I do see traffic stops and discovery videos onto our program.
All right. All right. Those need.
So here they say, listen, this is a prosecutor, and he's like, or assistant prosecutor, and he's saying, hey, I think we need to maybe consider a cognitive test. I mean, like, is your mind right? He just asked for one. I think we should request a cognitive test. Now you're going to see how shit's going to change.
Need to be gotten to the defendant.
Yes, sir.
How soon can those be gotten to the defendant?
I can get those in hopefully by tomorrow around.
You have an address for him to send those to?
Yes, I do. I can confirm it with him too.
All right. What do you have as the address? Do you have a
matter?
Okay. Go ahead and raise it because I can deal with it right now. What's the personal jurisdiction?
This court, as well as the state, lacks personal jurisdiction. I'm simply here under threatened arrest or coercion of you, saying that you would help put out a bench warrant for my arrest. The subject matter, in regards to the name as well as the vessel that was used, is again under. It was conveyed and is
held and protected within the trust. And according to Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2.
1, Section 10, Clause 2. Article 1. We're going to look at this shit. Come on, bro. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2. Okay? That prohibits states from imposing duties on imports and exports without the consent of Congress. What the fuck is going on here? Hey, Ak, don't import and export me, bro. This is nuts. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2 prohibits states from imposing duties and imports on and exports without consent of Congress, ensuring that such powers remain under the federal control. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any impost or duties in imports or exports, except that what may be absolutely necessary for. Okay, you see what I mean? And trust and believe, like they're based on these particular pronunciations. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2. When you look that up, it brings up pretty much what you're asking for. There's no confusion. Like Article 1, Section 10, no state shall, without consent of Congress, lay any imports. You see this? Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2. So when you say stuff like that, the court should know automatically what you're talking about because it's procedural codes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so let's go back. Hold on.
The United States.
And again, fam, walk with me. You know me, I have an approach on how I do things. There's a reason why I am showing you why this Moorish concept is flawed and why there has to be questions with the things that they provided us, okay? So we went through the court phase first to show you legality and see how strong it stands. So far, it's not standing strong. Let's go.
Is again under it was conveyed and is held and protected within the trust. And according to Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution, there could be no legislative laws that could intercede or to interrupt the functioning of a contract.
Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? It never said that. Did it say that? Did I lie? Hold on, let me just make sure that we confirm.
Which the trust, Clause 2 of the held and protected within the trust. And according to Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2 of the United
See, Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2. Browse the Constitution and annotate it. You see, in this channel, by the way, if you're new to this channel, because I do see several people watching, if you're new to this channel, this is my approach to everything I do. That's why I got brothers and sisters that have been watching since the get-go, since 2022. Because I don't give you peace stuff. I give you the actual facts. There's no point of being afraid of pulling out the information and be like, yo, is it real? No, it's not. Article 1, Section 10, Clause 2. No state shall, without the consent of Congress, lay any impost or duties on imports or exports. This has nothing to do with what he said. You see how I've been saying that when you take upon a belief, it has a spirit behind it. And that spirit is a spirit of confusion. And it affects people's mind. This is not good, fam. Trust me, man. This is one example of the next one. The next one is even going to blow your mind even more.
United States Constitution, there could be no legislative laws that could intercede or to interrupt the functioning of a contract, which the trust is and is properly and the trust is properly functioning at this time. So with that,
all right. So here's what we'll do because you're rambling again. So what?
That's fucking beautiful. And you know what, dude? I respect this older man because obviously, man, he's like in his 60s and shit, and he's still working. And he's just like, oh my God, this is okay. Here, you're rambling. Here's what we're gonna do, and it's amazing, though. It's amazing that there's people that believe that they really can go against the system like that. Mind you, you may be right in some aspects of
particular statutory laws and shit within a state government or county judicial, whatever the fuck that is. But you also have to understand that you're not going to buck the system. The system, by the way, since the beginning of time, has been fucking created since 1776. Man, if you are part of the Constitution, you signed up for that shit. Let's go.
We will do is you will put all of your jurisdictional arguments in writing.
So we got a racist Negro and shit. Look at that. We're children of Jacob. Meanwhile, y'all spics, because that's what you want to say. You just want to spell it different. Are sons of Hernan Cortez. Fuck the 12 tribes. No, we don't believe that. You're in the wrong channel. We don't believe that shit at all. You're in the wrong channel. Matter of fact, Hernan Cortez was dark as you probably. And you Negroes helped him and shit. You know, there's such a thing called Negro buck-breaking slavers. You know that, right? And I can show you. But right now, we're just tackling some Moorish dumb shit.
Because you're wrong. So we might as well get it in writing that you're wrong. Because I have subject matter jurisdiction over you, and I have personal jurisdiction over you under the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Michigan.
Nah, that's not a system we believe in. We're just criticizing the whole Moorish concept, how it's stupid enough to actually go against the system and think that you're going to win it. We know how ESA works. Benjamin Button, do yourself a favor. Shut the fuck up and listen.
So if you want to put your objections to jurisdiction in writing, you may do so, and then I will address those in due course.
Awesome. So, dude, that would be the next step, and I can get those in today.
No, it is not the next step. Either you're going to have another PCC. If you want me to set it for a hearing, I'll set it for a hearing.
Yeah, for the jurisdiction.
But I have nothing to set a hearing on. You have not filed anything regarding jurisdiction.
Okay, so for right now, as of this moment, PCC is fine, and then I will file the proper documents for the jurisdictional hearing. Gotcha.
The part where he starts saying, like, you know what? I'm just going to have them do an evaluation. I think this is the part.
Setting the date of 2 weeks out. You can.
Oh, no, they don't do that. So no, my bad. All right, so here he comes back. All right. He comes back and then they're like, yo, listen, we need to do a competence test because we don't think you're competent enough to, defend yourself. And here it goes.
So you are appearing here without an attorney. I do have to advise you that you are charged with the offense of fleeing and eluding in the 3rd degree under the Motor Vehicle Code. That is a felony punishable by up to 5 years incarceration and or $1,000 fine plus court costs. Additionally, the Secretary of State could suspend your driving privileges for up to a year. Do you understand that, sir?
I comprehend.
Do you understand?
I comprehend, yes.
The court has to further advise you that if you wish to be represented by counsel, the court would ensure that counsel would be appointed to represent you in this matter and that you would have counsel if you could not afford to hire counsel yourself. I also wish to advise you that.
Hey, this is how I know that either this guy doesn't know anything about this channel or he's just, being a dumbass West African Canaanite. Because that's not something we do here. Matter of fact, I got a class coming up that destroys their bullshit. But you know what? You don't care. You know what I mean? Canaan is like that, bro. You got a spiritual Canaan here, family. Like, you're being like these guys here. You're not even listening. You know what I'm saying? And look, check it out. ICE is terrorizing y'all beaners, but y'all claim indigenous. So he called us spics, now beaners. You see, family? You're being like your white daddy, bro. Esau's racist just like you. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't it be, imagine us saying like you fucking orangutan and shit, and you know how that connotation applies to you people because that's what racist people say, right? Then you would say, oh, y'all are racist, but you're not even paying attention to your comments. You're like beaner, spick. What else? Yeah, there you go. Y'all spics. Say it loud, bro. Be the racist Negro that you always have been. Just be that Negro. Just don't even misspell it, dude. Spell it right. I'll show it. YouTube may block it. I'll fucking show it. You see what I'm saying, bro? Y'all helped the white man come, man, since the beginning of time. And then this channel is the only one that teaches that shit. Consistently.
The court would be treating you the same as it would the people in this case. There are certain dangers to representing yourself in this matter, in that you will be required to abide by the Michigan court rules, the Michigan rules of evidence, and all of the cases and statutory requirements. You understand that?
I do not.
You do not. What is it about that that you do not understand?
It's against my religion to adhere or to assimilate to any statutory.
Sir, I'm not asking anything
To bring the religion. Okay, here we go.
about your religion. It is irrelevant, stating that in this proceeding, you will be required to abide by the rules of this court. Do you understand that?
I'm having a hard time understanding why or how religion doesn't play a role.
How what?
How religion does not play a role.
Religion does not play a role in what I do or what this court does. There are certain rules of this court established by the legislature and the Michigan Supreme Court regarding how these particular proceedings will be conducted. These proceedings will be conducted in accord with those rules. Do you understand that, sir?
Well, according to the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as well as the international.
See that? You see that shit? You hear what he said?
With those rules. Do you understand that, sir?
Well, according to the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as well as the international or the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the state and the governments should.
Sir, you have no authority for what you're about to state because what you're about to state is incorrect.
Now he's claiming that he's indigenous. Now he's claiming that. So let's go back to our law book. Let's see if I marked it down here. Here, yeah. The American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It has nothing to do with him. I mean, look at this shit. Okay, that's another point. Sorry. It talks about different articles, yada, yada, yada. Let's see. The Indian Law Center. Like, look at this, bro. American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. You see what it's, look, you see all those countries? It doesn't show Africa.
Gotcha, bitch. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
It doesn't show Africa. You see what I'm saying? Now you're understanding what's going on in these courts. Now you're seeing exactly the bigger picture. Right? We see it on TikTok. We see it on YouTube, Instagram. Natives, whatever, this and that, and this and that, and third. I like to say, right? Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Hold on here. Another one. Hold on, one more. Seriously. We see it on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Like all of a sudden they're saying all kinds of shit like this. And then they're trying to argue that and shit in court. And it doesn't work. Something is wrong with the mind.
Oh, I am an indigenous person.
No, sir, what you're about to state is incorrect.
Shit. The judge is like, bro, shut up. Like, shut up. Shut up. Like, shut up. You know what I mean? Just shut up. No. Do I have a button for that? Hold on. Well, do I have a button for that shit? Hold on a second. Let me see if I have a funny one. No, that's that one. No, not that one.
Don't try me.
No, that one.
Don't try me. Don't try me.
It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Don't try me.
Sir, you have no authority for what you're about to state because what you're about to state is incorrect.
Oh, I am an indigenous person.
No, sir, what you're about to state is incorrect.
Well,
if you were on indigenous lands, if that's where you're going, then maybe you might be right. As it stands right now, this proceeding is not on indigenous land.
Well, that's a matter of perspective, sir.
It is, and the only perspective that's going to matter on that is mine. We are not on indigenous lands subject to indigenous or tribal rules.
Saying that's why, I laugh at people like this guy. Like I laugh at people like him. They don't know their own history. They have no idea. Like, y'all helped the white man the entire fucking time. And you don't know that. Okay, let's continue.
Are subject to the rules of the Michigan Supreme Court as they are promulgated, both in terms of procedure and evidence. Do you understand that that's what's happening, sir?
I do not.
What is it that you do not
Times that he doesn't understand. Okay, so check it out.
understand?
I don't understand.
Because I'm going to tell you something, sir. If you are unable to establish or understand what I'm saying, and go through this with you again, I have to assume that there may be some reason why you don't understand.
Shit, hold on a second. Okay, son. So, I'm not going to explain it again. But at this point, I think that I may have to wonder if your mind is right. Because I don't think you really understand. Okay? Watch this, family.
This court is saying
his spirit, his mind, everything about him changes when this topic comes up.
And go through this with you again. I have to assume that there may be some reason why you don't understand. This court will take precautions to protect your rights, and I will be sending you for a competency evaluation to make sure that you are competent to stand trial and to stand in these proceedings.
Well, I would agree to a competency if the prosecution, as well as the court and the officers, agree to take a competency.
That's not the way it works. You don't get to make the rules. I'm ordering a competency. Defendant is ordered for a forensic evaluation. I will set a competency hearing in this matter for July 25th, 2024. At what time? At 9 a.m. Now, sir, I'm going to ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Because it's going to depend on where you may be staying for a period of time. If they send you information as to when you have your forensic interview,
yes, sir,
are you going to cooperate and attend that interview?
Under threat, duress, and coercion, yes.
Pardon?
Under threat, duress, and coercion, yes.
No. It's not how it works. I'm asking you, are you voluntarily going to cooperate?
Going on? So check it out. It's going to continue. What?
I say yes. I mean, under it, yeah. I mean, is this what are, excuse me,
you see what I mean, family? This is not normal, nor is this good, because he's not the only one. All of a sudden, his fucking mind just kind of went like a computer, like. So I'm subscribing to an watch.
What are you relaying to in regard? What are you insinuating in regards to where I will stay for a time?
I'm going to make sure that we are going to have our forensic interview done. I've ordered a forensic interview. I am asking you whether or not, when given notice of that interview, whether or not you are going to voluntarily cooperate in that interview.
I will take the interview.
Excuse me?
I will take the interview.
Understand what just happened? So the judge says to him, listen, bro, I think I may just have to submit a request to figure out if you're competent enough, like in your mind, like if you're okay in the brain. Because I don't think you are. And the guy's like, I think I can, sure. Yeah, okay. Like, he doesn't even realize that they're questioning your fucking capacity to process basic, fundamental information. I'm gonna tell you something, family. The reason why we have other nations come into this channel and saying that we're conquistadors is because they don't believe that a so-called Mexican can be somewhat smart. Nah, they don't believe that. They think we're stupid people. Us indigenous people. I'm saying Mexican because I'm, from Mexico. But we're talking about all of us indigenous people. when they look at us, they think we're stupid. Que somos pendejos, güey. Que no sabemos cómo procesar la información. Como que si fuéramos una bola de patos, güey. Nomás ahí flotando en la agua, nomás queriendo comer moscas, cabrón. What the fuck? And that's why they say conquistadors, white people. Like, nah, bro, they're really trying to demise your, like, basically insulting you. Further than just a statement of saying you're a conquistador or a white person. They're just trying to say that there's no way that you indigenous people can be smart, let alone be able to break this shit down, let alone even understand what the fuck is going on. You see, in this channel, if you guys been watching this channel, I talk about a lot of subjects. And it's not like I don't know what I'm talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let's go. Oh, yeah. Huh? The first huh?
Anything from the people?
The court ask the people to prepare the order for the competency.
Yes, please prepare the order for the competency, if you would, sir.
Prepare the order for the competency.
And the address for
The defendant.
I see on the complaint is 1410 Share Avenue, apartment 1
Is that your address, sir?
Excuse me? That's correct.
All right, very good.
I will send a copy to that address.
Very good. All right. This time, then, bond is continued.
Yes, sir. And I'm sorry. Can I get that date again, please, sir?
This is funny. This is the next one. And you know what? I'm going to show you probably another page. Hold on a second. This is the brother right here, too. Sovereign citizen again. Oh, yeah. This is that case right there. All right.
Disqualification of...
Wait. No, slow down. Joey Brown and shit. So here we see the same concept. All right. Remember the words. Jurisdiction. Is it look, what jurisdiction is it? Is it civil or criminal? You need to dismiss it. I have a trust. He also says that he's a native, I think. So let's trust me, man. This is fucking nuts. And that's why I don't suggest for you brothers or sisters to believe this stuff. I still have not met one that's living off their fucking Social Security traded investment. I haven't met one at all, living the life.
You're presiding over the session. The court will call the case of Country Meadows Apartments versus Tariq Samar, Tarika Day, and Erica Witherspoon. Case number 23C0276.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Christopher Borgen appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Day. Please state your name.
I'm Tariq Samar, Tarika Day.
Thank you, sir.
That last name, Day or Bay, whatever, right? I think it's Bay. Tariq Bay, all that shit. Let's go.
All right. We're here today for a hearing regarding what I see as a non-payment of rent case.
Yeah, we just got a notice from the representative of the county because this apartment is in violation. I could send the email to Mr. Borkin. It's from building official designee Carcom. And it states notice is hereby do not remove under penalty of law. Notice is hereby given that this occupier rental property is in violation of provisions of the Property Maintenance Code and Rental Property Ordinance, Chapter 48, as indicated. Date and time 3/24/23 at 10:35 a.m. Notice the tenants, you are not required to leave this building, but you can put rent money in escrow until this posting is removed with permission of the ordinance enforcement officer. Contact legal services to learn more about this process. This further validates the reason why I issued the correspondence that I sent to you privately, as well as to Mr. Borkin, that Country Meadows has not held up their end of the contract and has been in constant violation of the contract. And I'm here today seeking a judgment in the matter.
Keep in mind, if I'm not mistaken, he has not paid any rent. And he's making an excuse that because they violated some of his, supposed to be some things are not fixed. I get it, man. You know, if they're not fixed, yeah. You can't, if it's not livable, but don't say, oh, it's because they're using Fabuloso. They're cleaning my house with Fabuloso and it's hurting my wife's nose. Seriously, I'm not joking. I am not fucking kidding with y'all. He blames Fabuloso, bro. Our favorite chemical to clean with. Hold on a second, I gotta say.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Bro, what the fuck?
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
I have concepts of a plan.
What do you mean, man? Like, we love Fabuloso. What the fuck? He's like, nah, you cleaning my house with Fabuloso and it's affecting my wife's breathing and all this. I'm telling you, this is his excuse. I'm serious. I've never really done a session or a class about this topic, but man, I kind of like the fact that, at least I came this angle, family, because you know where I'm going with you that follow my channel. You know where I'm going with this shit.
Well, so you can't seek a judgment in the matter. That's not how that works. But I am hearing you when you say that the apartment is not apparently up to code. We'd have to see that documentation.
The lady just left a few hours ago.
Okay. Mr. Borkin, I presume since the notice was just provided, you and your client have not received that, or are you aware of any of the information?
That's correct, Your Honor. This is the first time hearing anybody notice.
That was the reason for the withholding of rent, along with the main issue, which I notified the management about, as well as Mark Landau and
family. Let me give you a perspective on the guy to the left, Christopher Borkin. Okay, he's an attorney that got hired by the company to get their money. He gets paid by the hour. You understand that, right? So when he is passive about this approach, I don't think it's so much about not knowing, fam. I think it's about the fact that he can bill those people for more hours. Seriously. Because, why not? If you get paid $150 an hour or $200, you could take this example and say, hey, man, we billed you for these many hours. The case prolonged and this guy wanted more information. I'm telling you, man, that's a good angle. But at the same time, you also have to know why this is a game for them now.
Mr. Borkin, I've issued what we are expecting to take place. And if it doesn't take place, then we'll be moving forward with our counterclaim in civil court. If I'm not able to do it orally here today, which I also validated, not validated, but also placed into the correspondence that I sent to all parties in the matter.
Sir, you have not filed anything entitled a counterclaim.
So, like me personally, I pay attention to everything people say. Like, I have this obsession with detail. Maybe that's my problem, like I said earlier. So all that stuff, it's like I process each word and what it means, and it's like repetitive saying the same shit. Get what I mean? Let's continue.
Documents have to follow the court rules.
Well, it's in contrary to that belief, as I stated on our last call, I'm not a United States citizen.
Sir, you don't get to use the laws when they apply to you and not use them when.
First and foremost, not to cut you off, ma'am.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Well, when I'm able to speak, I'll speak then.
Okay. Mr. Borkin.
You heard him. He said, I am not a U.S. citizen. Okay? You heard him say that. How come you guys aren't deporting these people then? They've given up their citizenship, right? Why aren't you deporting these people? They're going to court saying it exactly. I'm not a U.S. citizen.
If there's a
hey Medina, how come you don't sign? Hey, listen, you're probably Border Patrol. I think that's what the BBC means. Border baby cuck. But look, this is a good example. Report him, bro.
A problem with the apartment, he's entitled to place monies into an escrow account. I have not inquired about what that escrow looks like or whether they're doing that or not. I think what we need to do first is get a copy of whatever document.
Whatever, just for you to understand, again, it's all procedural contractual obligations, right? So if you have a issue with your landlord that they're not actually keeping things up to par, maintenance-wise, all this stuff, you have the right not to pay them rent and put that account in an escrow account. You can go to an escrow company and all that and open up a case and say, listen, for legal purposes, I am going to continue to put that money in that account because I have a legal reason for me doing that, legitimate one. So legally, you have the right to show that you're demonstrating. You're not trying to avoid the payment. You are legally suing them for, or at least, I don't know about suing them, but countersuing for the fact that they're not taking care of that shit. So then all that money that's in escrow gets then distributed once the judgment is made. Hello? Let's go. Remember, family, I'm 50 years old, okay? So
You were served with
it's not like I was born yesterday.
today, Mr. Day.
Okay. I don't want to take it off the door because it'd be against the law, but I can definitely, I took a picture and I can send it via email to Mr. Borkin. And if he wants to get that to your email or to the clerk's email, I don't have a clerk's email or your clerk's email, but I could email that as soon as we get off.
Can you email it to Mr. Borkin? You have his email address?
I do.
All right. Can you email it to him, please?
Yes, ma'am. Law, which I'm under, which supersedes, I'm speaking on.
I'm going to make a ruling and I'm telling you that it's not in your best interest.
Well,
it's a little bit behind. Okay, there's a point that I want to make here. Okay, let's go.
With your case. That's what I'm telling you.
So you're giving me legal advice?
That is not legal advice. I'm the judge. I'm going to make a ruling and I'm telling you that it's not in your best interest.
Basically, it's like you're like a parent, okay? Like, let's say you have two kids. You know what I mean? And you have one kid that's a little bit smarter than the other kid, or a little older than the other one. You as a parent or as a judge, you want to make sure that it's not unfair for that little one in case they're not as witted or quick-witted as the other one, right? So you're like, no, listen, it's not to your favor. I'm not trying to side with you. I'm just saying that it's not favorable to you because you're not aware of the law, whereas this one over here to my left probably is a little bit more aware of the law, so he's taking advantage of that. I cannot do that for you. That's why when it says, do you plead guilty or innocent? And they're like, I don't want to say nothing, or what's your jurisdiction, or they don't want to say it. The judge has the obligation to plead not guilty, because if it was the old British ways, they would say, guilty, fucker, fuck you, go to jail. But hold on, what? That's what we're doing right now. Let's go.
Well, I don't agree, and I feel that I've already filed a.
I already denied that motion.
I'm not talking about the affidavit. I'm not talking about the affidavit. I'm speaking on your judicial capacities. I've already filed a complaint with the.
He's questioning her position of power. He's questioning her black robe. Basically, it's like, you are not a judge. You weren't given the right to be a judge. And I think he's going to mention Marbury versus Madison. I think this is the guy, okay? And I'm going to show you what that fucking case is about.
Judicial Tenure Commission in regards to how you're handling this case.
That's fine, sir.
So you will be under investigation for that. And I've also, as I've stated, I'm not a United States citizen. And
I'm not going to deal with that motion again. I already told you that does not apply here. You're going to be under the laws of this land. I'm done with that.
Excuse me, ma'am. The laws of the land is treaty law, which I'm under, which supersedes state legislature codes and statutes. I am, as I stated before, a former.
How many treaties have the white man broken against the Native Americans? How many treaties? Let's go back to 1848 when they took over the rest of the land, right? There were treaties that supposedly guaranteed our Mexican Mexica people power, ownership, legality, equality. And what happened? The Texas Rangers started fucking around and killing them. Give me a break. If you knew history, you would understand what exactly I'm saying.
Foreign national, and I'm under the Constitution of the Moorish Natural Republic of Peace, which is supersedes state law. And for you to continue to pursue the matter is a ultra virus act. I am, as I stated before, a foreign national, and I'm under the Constitution of the Moorish Natural Republic of Peace, which is supersedes state law.
Moorish National Republic of Peace. Let's pull it up. Moorish National Republic of Peace.
It's a sovereign theocratic nation state that claims to preserve the lineage of Moorish sovereignty and aims to restore the identity of Moroccan nationals. So, are you saying you are from Africa? Is that the case?
Who are you?
Because these guys here, and we read already, Holy Quran, magistrates, subjects, heavens, all this stuff, declaration of, I mean, I haven't read this one, to be honest. I don't know what this is about. But Empire of Morocco. So that means you guys are Africans. Right? Is that what you're saying? The Secretary of State and report on the subject of citizenship, expatriation, and protection abroad. This is pretty amazing. But then what are you saying? That you're an African? Let's continue.
Okay. Are you going to provide the documentation or not, Mr. Day?
Yes, I thought I just sent it.
I don't have anything in my email, Mr. Day.
Okay, hold on 1 second, sir.
I wanted to bring this up because he says this, and you know, we can go long-winded on that, but I think that it's time to show you the most amazing one out of all of them. This one right here, bro. So he says a lot of stuff, right? And then he says he's like some fucking secret agent and shit. He's a secret agent, man. That only what's his name? Judge Mathis, I think. Like some Supreme Court judge supposedly has a secret agreement with this guy. I'm serious. Watch. We're almost done. It's fucking amazing.
Council is a triggering event for new commencement.
Okay, so
49.
We are on the record. Thank you for asking.
yes, ma'am. I would like to get on the record that I would like to fire my lawyer on
You don't have a lawyer. Remember, we've already been through this. You represent yourself.
Right, but the one that's on standby, I would like him replaced with another lawyer.
I'm not going to do that. What's the basis for that?
Because irreconcilable differences. The fact that you had to explain to me what an affirmative defense is, when he explained it to me, it was polar opposites. It's nothing that it's irreconcilable differences. It's like, I would rather.
Remember, family, every article or section, whatever that they mentioned, at least so far, I've been able to show you guys, and it has nothing to do with what they're fucking saying. So this guy's like, oh, this attorney that you gave me, he doesn't say the shit that I want him to say, so I don't think we get along. I want you to replace him. Watch how quick this shit changes.
Work with someone else.
So if you do that, sir, speedy trial starts over today. Disqualification of counsel is a triggering event for new commencement.
Okay, so I can't replace him without restarting my speedy trial dates.
Correct.
Which will prolong my time in jail.
That's why they call it speedy trial, because he's in jail, right? He don't want to be there no more. But he's like, if I replace the guy, then it's going to start again, and that means I'm going to stay here longer.
I don't know that.
Possibly.
Possibly.
All right, so due to that, it's going to possibly prolong the time I have in jail. I'll do my best to work with this guy.
Okay.
Mr. Evans, do you want me to represent to the court what we had discussed? I mean, you didn't mention what you just mentioned, but the subpoenas and what you're asking for?
I'm going to write a letter to her, mail it. I have it mailed out today. I'm going to write a letter to her as well as the Supreme Court of Washington, the state of Washington, with the things that we discussed. But you,
fam, they take too long. Let's go.
Can let her know the people that I want subpoenaed.
Sir, so any letter that you send to the court, you must include the city. You have to include the prosecutor, or I can't look at it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What do you mean by I must include the prosecutor?
You have to send it to them as well.
I'm going to send it to the clerk of court. So they should.
Nope, it's your burden to serve the city.
What's the address for the city?
It's the same building.
Jesus.
It's the same building. So I have to send two different letters?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I mean, I have to make a copy of it. And send,
yes, sir.
I have no way of making a copy from inside the jail.
Yes, sir.
You have to make one longhand then.
To you, dog.
Oh, well, I don't even have the paper I have is only enough to send one letter. They in the jail, they're not even giving me sufficient things to even properly do what you're asking me.
Perhaps you could send it to Mr. Ainati and then he can serve the city and the court.
I would ask that Mr. Ayanati, once it's filed, the letter that I'm going to mail out, once it's filed, he make a copy and send it to the prosecutor.
I cannot look at it unless the city is included.
I understand, but what I said is that once it's filed, that Mr. Ayanati gets a copy and send it to the prosecutor, and then you can look at it. Which
Do you understand how much money is being wasted right now, family? Do you understand the resources that are being taken upon? Just the reality, just looking at it like anybody else. Regardless of whether you believe it's right or wrong. Let's say you have your perfect country or your perfect land or whatever. And you have situations like this, just prolonging the system that where they can take care of real criminals, like real fucking cases. You get what I'm saying? Anyways, let's continue.
Still should be before my next court date.
So that's it. This is the problem with representing yourself, sir, is that you do not understand the rules of criminal procedure. And you can't, you're having ex parte contact if you send something only.
That's exactly it. Criminal procedure. And look what she says. You're having ex parte contact. Now watch what that means.
To the court.
My next court date.
So that's it. This is the problem with representing yourself, sir, is that you do not understand the rules of criminal procedure. And you can't, you're having ex parte contact if you send something only to the court and not the city.
I'm not in, can you tell the jail, give me sufficient paper so I can make 2 copies? Because they're not giving me what I need to do what you're asking me.
This is where it gets interesting. She says ex parte contact. Let's go to our little book of, laws and shit. Because I save them for us. You know what I mean? That's what I do. Hold on. Is this? No, that's not it. Let me close that up. Hold on a second. Family. I think this is it. Okay. Ex parte contact. What does ex parte contact mean? Ex parte contact? I think that's what it means. Right? It's ex parte communication. And it talks about, it says a judge shall not initiate, permit, or consider ex parte communication or consider other communications made to the judge outside the presence of the party or their lawyers. That's what it means. Like, that's what she's talking about. You can't bring in those things outside. Like, look, let me read it again. A judge shall not initiate, permit, or consider ex parte communication. So outside communication or consider other communications made to the judge outside the presence of the party or their lawyers concerning a pending or impeding matter except as follows, right? So that's what she's talking about. You can't say that because you're leaving things out that like, okay, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know this whole thing. I'm learning it as you guys are, but I think it makes perfect sense. Watch, I think she's going to explain it.
And that's why I'm suggesting that you send it to Mr. Ainati, and then he can make copies for both the court and the city.
And you can use other documents and keep them outside of the court, right? And this is where it gets interesting because he starts saying, well, I'm a native, I'm a chief, and that shit is secretive. And that's when they start arguing. Wait a minute. So you're saying that you want to use that case that is secretive, that we can't check as your... Okay, watch. It gets very... And then wait till the end.
Okay, Mr. Iannetti, is there a way for you to come? Is there an address that I send this to? I don't have any information on you, Mr. Iannetti.
I believe it's on the paper. The orders that you got should have had our address, but we'll get your address today. I guess what I spoke with Mr. Evans, and he asked me to let the court know that he intends on subpoenaing Clarence Thomas, and then the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Louisiana, the Honorable Judge Nanette Brown. He's also asking that we subpoena the Apostle Barry G. McCoy Sr. He believes that they're all witnesses for these cases. They need to be brought in. I did, and I told him that I was able to, and he said I could. I just want to make sure, Mr. Evans, I can address the case number that you said.
I don't want to, like I said, that's a matter of secret state privilege. I don't want you discussing that.
Okay.
This is what he's saying. So he's like, I have people that can testify for me, but it's a matter of secrecy. And there's only one judge that can unseal that secrecy. All right, watch. And see, this is where I kind of go back and think about this family. Like, we are smarter than this shit. We just weren't made to believe that we weren't. Like, unless this guy's playing the role, dog, or he's pretty stupid. You get what I'm saying? No offense to him. But I thought they were brighter. I thought they were smarter. And this is why it's important for you to understand
They weren't smarter. They didn't civilize nobody, family, at all. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So Mr. Evans, in order to subpoena people in another state, you need to actually go to the Superior Court of those states. Neither Mr. Ainati nor I have subpoena power that goes beyond the borders of the state of Washington.
Would that be grounds to have this case removed to federal courts?
I don't believe so. This is not an issue of federal law. It's not a civil case with amount in controversy over $75,000, nor is it involving parties in other sides of the states.
$75,000. He's like, well, my case is going to be worth that much, right? Gave him an angle, but didn't go that far. Let's continue.
In separate states, there's no diversity jurisdiction. There's no subject matter jurisdiction.
It's definitely the restitution is going to exceed $75,000 in the case that I'm found innocent by the jury. In addition to that, it would be biased by the city based on the witnesses will be able to provide testimony that will possibly exonerate me.
Is the city seeking any restitution?
I definitely stated that in the letter, and I made that clearly known to Mr. Ianetti if he's doing
Sir, you can't get restitution. I don't know what the basis is for restitution.
If I'm found innocent, I would like restitution for my businesses for each day I sat in jail and they lost potential money.
There is a rule that provides for that is not restitution in the sense that it would go to federal court. This is not a federal. There's nothing in here.
The amount that I'm asking for.
That has nothing to do with it. That's a separate issue. Is the city aware of any issue that we're
going to be saying, I'm a chief. I'm a chief. I'm these people. They're the people that have been eating corn forever and ever and ever. And by the way, I got a beautiful video for y'all at the end that I think you're going to appreciate, family. My wife was the one that gave me this one, and I think it's fucking great to see it because it literally tells us like how deep our diet goes. It goes all the way into our bones, all the way into our fucking bones. That means that, again, that debunks a lot of things. Do you get what I'm saying? Debunks wobbleism, debunks, to be honest, kind of old world shit too. I hate to say it. Because if this was the old world, then we had Japheth and Ham and Shem here, So it's like, those are questions that we need to answer. And I'm glad that we have a brother that at least gave us his perspective. Very good points. We still got questions. Let's continue.
That would cause this case to be removed to federal court? No.
And not even my rights as a tribal chief.
You have asserted that you are a tribal chief. I have seen no evidence.
You have asserted that you're a tribal chief, but he has no evidence. Seriously.
Of that.
See, again, if it was about sovereignty, whatever, independent, whatever, that's cool, bro. But when you're saying I'm a Native American, I'm an indigenous man, and that's how you want to get away with fucking criminality? Seriously? Nah. It's not the way it works.
Is the city aware of any issue that would cause this case to be removed to federal court? No.
And not even my rights as a tribal chief.
You have asserted that you are a tribal chief. I have seen no evidence of that being true. Just because you say it doesn't make it true.
Give that. Hold on. Very true.
I gave you the proof, but you needed the physical case in front of you, which has a seal on it. So even if it's in front of you, you still won't be able to see that I'm a tribal chief based on having a case in front of you.
And that's that ex de facto. That's what she's talking about. You can't use outside documentation for this case and then not allow us to actually fucking see it. You get what I'm saying? So this is why it gets all stupid and hectic. Then eventually they start wondering like, yo, you're not right in the head. I think we really have an individual that's not right in the head. And this is the one I've been telling you guys. Let's go.
It's my understanding that Mr. Ainati was able to obtain that document.
Correct, which is a matter of secret state privilege.
So you can't say it's in this document and then not let me see it.
I'm just stating facts.
Family, you see what I mean? You can't say you have a document that supersedes whatever the fuck these people are saying, and then at the same time tell me I can't see that document that will supersede whatever the fuck we're saying. Hello? My gente raza, trust and believe, man. You are a lot smarter than people made you believe.
That case is a matter of secret state privilege. So that would be grounds. Would that be grounds to get it transferred to federal court?
The issue is whether you trespassed at the airport, sir. That's the only issue.
I understand, but as a tribal chief, I have the right to have any grievances between me and the state heard before the United States Supreme Court due to me representing a sovereign state that's federally and internationally recognized, a sovereign tribe that's federally and internationally recognized.
So you won't tell me the name of the tribe. You won't show me the document.
It's a matter of secret state privilege, Your Honor.
You can't.
This is fucking crazy. Hey, hold on. Yo. I'm from the 12 tribes of Israel, but it's a matter of secrecy that I don't tell you what specific tribe I'm from, because it's a matter of secrecy. And who else knows that secrecy? Hold on, he's gonna tell you.
Have it both ways.
I'm just stating facts. It's a matter of secret state privilege.
So no, this, as I understand it, the city is not willing to transfer this case to federal court.
Mr. Arnett, I would like to appeal anything that's being declined. I just want to get this on the record that I want it appealed. Anything that's being declined, I want it appealed.
Sir, you represent yourself. It's up to you to appeal.
Okay, no problem. I'll send a letter out today with a notice of appeal to the Supreme Court of the state of Washington.
Appeals from courts of limited jurisdiction, which is what we are, go to Superior Court, not the Supreme Court.
But I'll try to speak to them based on the circuit.
So you got Circuit Court, Superior Court, and Supreme Court. You know what I'm saying? All through legislation, judicial branch, which is equal to every other one, executive and judicial, legislative, and executive. Let's go.
Circumstances that I would like to oblige directly to the state Supreme Court due to the circumstances and the fact that it's connected to a matter of national and homeland security.
You're going to have to show them proof that that's the issue too. You can't just say it.
I will show them the proof. I will show them the proof with no problem. It's on them if they want to do their work and research and diligence to get the answers that they want, that they seek.
The weird shit, fam. Like, you don't realize you're talking to a crazy motherfucking person until you realize you're talking to a crazy motherfucking person. Let me skip it again, okay?
Justice is the only one that could unseal something within that case is also not consistent with my understanding how the law works.
Particularly if it's a state case.
She indicated that I can pay $1 a page for the file. They weren't able to tell me how many pages were in the file. They said it was archived based on the age.
Sorry, I shouldn't have put it that far ahead. So basically they're saying now that since he's saying it's secret, right? Like sealed, he's like, well, I got to pay $1 for every file. Like, you know, I didn't know that I had to do that. Okay. So that's what their argument is so far. All right, let's get ahead. And because we're going to get to this point pretty soon. And that's when you understand what is really going on. That's why I said sovereign Moorish stupidity. Because I don't understand why you guys are teaching these people these things. And trust and believe, family, I had videos of people wearing those hats, but they were kind of prolonged. They still didn't win a case. But these are more like fucking far out. Trust me. Again, this is a spirit. You take upon these kind of ideologies, bro. This is a spirit, and it so far we've seen some not really well-off people in the head. You know what I mean? So be mindful. Let's go.
Allegedly, but I assure you, I'm innocent.
So were you able to obtain any documents, Mr. Ainati?
Not without. I'd have to get funding from the court to obtain.
Got it.
And they said it was an archive. The person that I spoke to said it was an archive, and they were willing to go down and get it and make copies, but they said it's $1 a page.
Is it all or nothing? I mean, that you have to get the whole file or none of the file?
I think they spent a pretty good time talking about that shit. Let me go to this point here. This is where they start realizing that maybe, just maybe, we need a cognitive test here. You know, like, is everything okay up there? Watch.
You, I will, and I can assure you he's paying attention to what's going on.
Okay. All right. Well, we will see you back here then for readiness. Thank you, sir. Bail remains as previously set. Do we need a commitment order, Madam Clerk, or can the... Oh, you got one in here, or I put one in here, I guess. Okay.
We don't mean to add to any difficulty, but the city wants to be sure that it is prepared and clear on its obligations. So the court is leaving the jury trials previously set. So we do have readiness. Was that June 12th we had set up?
It does come 2 days before we'll likely have the evaluation.
Great. So the city will go through its normal witness list and subpoena process, just so the defendant's aware. He had mentioned or named Lance Little, Director of Operations at SeaTech International Report, as potential defense witness at the last hearing. We're not going to subpoena.
I also
again, if he's
died inside the jail.
I know.
I don't even have enough paper.
So, Mr. Evans, I'm going to come talk to you and give you the paperwork so that it can get done. And then once it's prepared, I can file it for you.
They're finishing up to that section, all right? Let me get you ahead.
I don't have any of that. And I would like a full discovery, everything that the city or state's going to use in the trial.
And you have a right to that, sir.
I haven't gotten it yet.
Mr. Miller?
I can print everything off that's printable. As far as if there's anything electronic is the only issue. I don't know what.
On the
and I will just figure out which one goes first that day.
Nobody couldn't legibly or competently explain to me, which is why I wanted him fired.
Mr. Ainati, I may need to email you then on when I review the cases further, if there's electronic discovery that needs to be sent to the defendant.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll see you back here on the 12th.
Now you're going to see what happens. They already, I guess, agreed, I might have missed it, of the evaluation, okay? And then it gets pretty funny.
Thank you.
Just 1 second. We're in the middle of something.
Was I found competent or incompetent?
Okay, so listen to this. Listen. So he's there. It's about, do we continue with the case? Because, you know, whether you're competent or incompetent, okay? Remember, follow this. The whole idea was to dismiss the cases, I think, right?
Okay, are they dismissing everything, or do I still have the review cases?
Just 1 second, sir. Mr. Evans, just 1 second. We're in the middle of something.
Was I found competent or incompetent?
No, Mr. Evans, this is someone else. Now we're about to address you're here.
This is standard.
Okay. And this is City versus Lester Evans.
It's Andrews to show the blue line.
082019
Everybody come out.
05525 3A0549 4A0231898 4A0472552 and 3A0312319.
The cases that he's dealing with, okay?
Have the parties had an opportunity to review the evaluation?
Yes. Yes.
Did either party take exception to the court adoption?
I have an objection.
Object to the court adopting the evaluation?
What's the status of the evaluation? Was it competent or incompetent?
I'm not able to proceed.
So I mean they found me incompetent?
Yes.
So the court did an evaluation on his brain. Started asking him questions about, yo, listen, I don't know what they asked, right? And they came to the conclusion, this guy's not competent. First of all, he's not competent to defend himself, and he's not competent to understand anything. So they're like saying, you're kind of crazy, bro. So because you're crazy, we're just going to drop the cases. Remember? But no. It's the way he wants to appeal him. He says no. Well, you let him tell you.
Okay, can I see the paperwork on that so I can review it and have that challenged?
So just to be clear, if you're incompetent, everything gets dismissed. If you're competent, then everything proceeds.
That's it. Listen, bro, you're not competent. You wanted the cases dismissed. That was your whole approach, right? Right? You got him. But no, you're like, no, I'm not incompetent. I'm competent, damn it. I'm going to... All right, let's continue.
Was it competent or incompetent?
I'm not able to proceed.
So I mean they found me incompetent?
Yes.
Okay, could I see the paperwork on that so I can review it and have that challenged?
So just to be clear, if you're incompetent, everything gets dismissed. If you're competent, then everything proceeds.
So that's what I'm asking. Did the doctor find me competent or incompetent?
Incompetent.
Okay, under what circumstances? What was his reasoning?
Now I want you guys delusional thinking.
And what proof did he have on that?
I mean, the interview that he did with you.
Okay, and being that you said everything is dismissed due to delusional thinking by law, from what I read at the law library, it said being delusional in itself is not reason in itself to be declared incompetent.
Do you understand what's going on? So now he's arguing that he don't want the cases dismissed.
Wait a minute. Que alguien me explique. Who are you?
he wants. I mean, what do you call this, fam?
That you are unable to assist in your own defense because of it. So there are two prongs. There are two ways that you can find someone unable to proceed, that they don't understand the nature of the proceedings, which you clearly do, and the evaluator said that, but that you are unable to assist in your own defense due to the delusional thinking.
Well, that's being with the letter that I sent to you, that would directly refute that, correct?
No, that supports that.
With the letter I sent to you, it had motions that I wanted filed and whatnot that would prove that I'm able to assist in my defense, correct?
No, it was, you wouldn't give me any information. You gave me half information about things, refused to give the further information when I asked in court.
I did declare that the information regarding the evidence, that was a matter of secret state privilege. And then I also declared that the motions that I want to file, I didn't have access to the law library to get the proper documentations.
I am adopting the evaluation over your objection and finding that you are unable to proceed in these matters.
They're dismissing the cases, but you don't want them to now.
So the pretrial cases are dismissed. All of the reviews are closed pending a further finding of able to proceed. The evaluator did not opine that you should be evaluated by DCR prior to release, so you are just released today. You can appeal this. You're welcome to appeal this finding, this ruling, and you could come to the court and the clerks can tell you how to do that, what paperwork to file.
All right, so I'll be released from jail today.
Correct.
And also, can I get the paperwork of the evaluation from the doctor?
You represent yourself, so I think you kind of have a right to it.
Yeah, how do I get that paperwork?
Mr. Ainati, are we able to print that out for him?
We can print it off and give it to the officers to give to them.
Okay, we'll get that.
And now you get it. Now you see what I'm talking about, family. But there's it's like what they call no hope. I got some videos to show you. This is one of the, man, I don't know if you're listening, bro, but I'm glad you're back, man. I've suggested for people to follow you. This brother here has some good points. Sometimes people take breaks. It's all good, bro. You still familia, homie. And he brings up a good point. Hold on, let me slow it down. No, we're good. We're going to show you some videos of him, and then I got one video to show you, and then we out, okay? I want to continue this topic, don't get me wrong. But I wanted to show you this particular perspective first. All right, let's go.
Really critically think on what I'm about to say, okay? Listen.
Hey, would you date him?
I don't know about date.
I don't know about dating.
I got a question to ask, okay? And if you're Mexican American, you live in Texas, or you live in Cali, Southern California, Central California, please answer this. I noticed a lot of the Mexican Americans that live in Houston, Texas, not at all, but a good amount, especially the young ones, they have a Black American accent. Good amount, especially the young ones, they have a Black American accent. And I noticed in Cali, whether it's Central California or Southern California, that is extremely rare.
Sorry to burst your bubble, man, but somebody has to say something. That accent is not a Black American accent. That accent originated from Scotland, specifically in the western countryside, which when you go to Scotland, in the West Country, it looks like the South, right? Those guys were hillbillies, right? The word hillbilly comes from these people. It was actually like a positive word, right? The Black American accent and hip hop, it is a West Country Scotland accent remixed with some pirate type shit, right? So pirates talk like this, right? Pirates say, instead of saying I am, it says I be, right? Instead of you are, it's you be, okay? This, T-H-I-S is this, right? That, in pirate, it's that. Or West Country, whatever you want to call it, right? Instead of saying something, it's something. Or walking, it's walking. Just remove a G. Door is do. That is a West Country thing. I don't know about that, right? So pirates, they say yo, right? Yo ho, a pirate's life for me, right? But pirates also say the word booty. Booty means loot. Loot means to steal, right? So we see the word yo, ho, and booty. And we see other type of accents that is connected to the pirate accent, right? These are all pirate terms and pirate slang, right? So let's put it all together, right? Here we go, right? Pirate way. Yo, that food bussin'. She ain't lying. If you were to hear that, you'd be like, dang, he sounds like a black dude. Now, let's take that pirate accent, which is actually a West Country accent, and let's do it a little more remixed. Culture appropriate. Yo, that food bussin'. She ain't lying. You would think I sound black, but in reality, I'm talking like a pirate. But the pirate accent originates from the West Countryside of Scotland. Right. Right. Hillbilly was actually a term of endearment. It was a positive word, right? The hillbillies were from Scotland, had a lot of pride. The hillbillies in the beginning of America, they're very prideful, very egotistical. The way they act is just like how black culture is. And I'm just keeping it a buck, right? So in reality, people gotta stop culture appropriating and talking about, oh, he has dreadlocks, he's acting black, right? The Vikings had dreadlocks, anyone could grow dreadlocks, right? Or, oh my God, he's dark skinned, he's black, that's a N-word, right? Right? Or when you hear someone talking like this pirate, Scottish, European accent, country hillbilly thing, people think, oh my God. Whenever you see a non-black person talking like that, we think, oh my God, he's talking like those biggity blacks. Like, no, he's talking like the fucking white hillbillies, right? So look guys, no racial. Stop with this too. Black folk, unfortunately, not even what you think black culture is, black American culture, that is something many of y'all trying to steal as well, personally. So, there is no such thing as a black American accent. That is a white hillbilly accent that came from Scotland, specifically the West Countryside, which the West Countryside, it looks like the South. The attitude, the pride, the laziness, whatever, that came from white rednecks, hillbillies, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So
all right, so he's got some videos going on, man, and I want to show him and shit. This is the one I kind of like.
York.
Right here, this one. We're gonna listen to it, and you know what? I actually watch this man's channel, bro. Every now and then I'll chime. I don't ever post nothing, man, because I don't know them. But he makes excellent points, and I think you guys should pay attention to this shit because you know he's not lying, bro. Let's go.
They were owned. The boats that Columbus used, they were owned by Moors.
He said the boats that Columbus used were owned by Moors. When he says that, he's under the impression or trying to tell you in talking that old played out shit that Moors are black people. See, what happened in the conscious community, people got to tripping on on the etymology of the word Moor. That threw people off and played a mind game. Because when you get into etymology, you may see that it means dark, and then people just going to all automatically equate it to black people because they see it means dark or whatever. Erroneously. Worry about who a Moor is, and this is who a Moor is. A Moor is a member of a northwestern African Muslim people of mixed Berber and Arab descent. You niggas ain't of no Berber or Arab descent at all.
His name is Mateo da Costa. He actually was one of the black translators who came from France, and he served as a translator for the Portuguese.
Columbus did. Pause. They keep saying these people were translators and shit. Let me kill that noise real quick, but let me hear him say it. He's gonna say the same bullshit. Watch.
Definitely brought black translators with him coming to the Americas. The Nino brothers, more specifically. Pedro Alonso Nino was a well-renowned traveler and explorer.
Well, what's interesting is why would Columbus bring translators? Because it meant that if he brought African translators, they must have been speaking to African people here. Because why do you need someone to interpret?
You understand that shit? Hold on, and this is for that Medina dude. It's for you, Mr. Babalina, Mr. Bob Da Molina. See, you don't know about that, man. I'm old school like that. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Boy, how stupid Mr. Bob Da Molina is. Boy, it's an old school gem. Watch this real quick, family. You see, we know that the ego of Edom and Amalek and Canaan, they can't get rid of it. Do you get what I'm saying? Like they are, I don't know how to put it. They're subject to it. I guess you could say that. You know what I mean? And because they're subject to this, they write it themselves. They say who they conquered, why they conquered. They don't put it in your face, but they do. They make it in such an educational, hey, it's in this book. If you like it, read it. If you don't, oh well. Either way, we know. We know more about you than you know more about you. And see, in this channel, at least with the brothers and sisters that I communicate with, we don't do that. We are very mindful of what they've been hiding for a long time. You know who this is. This is a famous writer from them. This is, he sold a lot of books and all of these people bought a lot of his shit. Jews, God, and history. I'm not giving these people credit. I'm showing you exactly what they know. And the reason I'm sharing this to you before I let, I guess he's called Chief X, continues, is because he says that they didn't speak Hebrew to our people. Oh yeah, they did. And they boast about it. As a footnote to history, this is from in page 371, okay? United States, the New Babylon. Do you understand that shit? United States, the New Babylon. It says, as a footnote to history, we must record the fact that the Indians on the Caribbean island, where the flotilla first landed, were greeted in Hebrew and Arabic by one Luis de Torres, a Jewish interpreter abroad. The flagship for Columbus was certain that the natives spoke either Hebrew or Arabic, for God's sake. Now, here's what they confirmed that shit. It was de Torres, incidentally, who discovered maize and brought it to Europe, where, with the potato, it enriched the diet of the Western man. So yeah. And this whole stuff that they didn't know who we were. Now, trust and believe, family, they did. Let's continue.
If you don't speak the language and they don't speak the language, so there had to have been a commonality between the two people.
This is they call him Baba Kaba Khomeini. He's a devil. He is the same man who teaches melanin gives you superpowers, and he knows better. He is an intentional liar and deceiver, and that's why he's in this video.
Well-renowned Pedro Alonso Nino was well-renowned.
Pedro Alonso Nino and all these translators, she said it, he said it. Well, let's go. Why do they even mention translate? This is how ignorant of history they are. First of all, they couldn't translate. You know why? Watch. Here we go. Columbus Day and interpreters. Let's just read. Columbus brought Luis de Torres, an interpreter, with him during his first voyage. De Torres spoke Hebrew, Aramaic, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Latin, and some Arabic. Pause right there, people. The Native Americans didn't speak none of those languages.
Listen, I'm gonna say this to you, fam. I don't need to debate him on these things because it's not relevant to him. Like, it means nothing to him. Do you get what I mean? He makes that comment. He's not interested in that, whether it's true or not. He doesn't care. He's more about his people, his history. That's why I actually listen. I'm not gonna say I watch him all the time. I'm not gonna bullshit you, y'all. I don't. I think maybe once, twice a month, maybe he comes to my feed. Every now and then he'll debate like these other guys named Anks and shit. No, not debate. He does classes on that, or he does a session or rebuttal or some shit. But at least you can respect somebody that cares about their history. So if he doesn't agree with our history, that's not a problem to me. I don't care. Because it's not like so boiled up where it has to be talked about. You get what I'm saying? The point being is the rest of the stuff that he says.
Therefore, he can't interpret. Let's go. Because he expected to encounter Asians. That's why he brought interpreters. But they failed to tell you that in the video. Because they didn't know and they're ignorant of history. They just race hustling you guys. Pedro Alonso.
But that's why the scriptures talk about don't make merchandise of your own people. What the fuck is that about? That's not the reason for due teaching. Like, never make merchandise of your own people. That is not... I mean, shit, man. You literally are going against the commandments of the Creator. I mean, if you care about your own, since you hate the other people, because that's really what, Wobboism does. They hate everybody else. They're not showing love to their own kind. Fuck, they're lying to them. They're sending them to court with no ammunition. Fucking crazy.
Nino. Pedro Alonso was a what? Afro-Spanish explorer. See, they want to give you the impression that these people were just straight black folk. They weren't. They're biracials. I don't even consider biracial black.
But I've been saying that shit for a while, fam. I told y'all I've been saying it for a while, for a long time. Y'all are mixed, bro. I've been mixed. Light skin. I'm telling you, man. You know what I mean? The first conquistadors. Matter of fact, where's he at? Hold on. Let me pull that shit up. Fucking dude that showed up here. Where you at? Right, this guy right here. This fucking dude right here. We're children of Jacob. Meanwhile, y'all speaks are sons of Hernan Cortez. Do you realize that you guys look more like them than we did of the conquistadors? It's fucking, dude, it blows my mind how y'all just don't understand your own history.
Call them just what the fuck they is, biracial, and that's fine. I'm not a racist. But I'm just one who does not agree with a person denying one side of their race and only representing one side of their race. I'm just not that kind of person. That's just my personal thing. So Pedro was an Afro-Spanish explorer because them niggas who was running around with Columbus and all these other explorers were children of African women they didn't and had babies with. It's the same thing happened in the Arab world. Arabs had babies with African or sub-Saharan African concubines. And there are...
Wait, hold on a second. What did this Neanderthal say? White Christians will always be the leaders and rulers until Jesus arrives. Nah, you won't. Y'all need to learn how to wipe your asses and shit. We hear about you guys leaving fucking shit stains in your beds. You're too afraid to wipe your fucking fundillo, cabrones, dirty bastards. Don't come in here with that bullshit. Do me a favor, bro. I will believe it if you can tell me where it says you can celebrate Christmas in the Bible. Because you're a Christmas Christian. I'm for sure guaranteed that you're a Christmas Christian. So you celebrate December 25th, you know? Where does it say to do that in the Bible? Mr. fucking Christian, supposedly Jesus believer, who's not even white and shit. You guys hate Palestinians or Middle Eastern people, and you worship a Middle Eastern guy? Yeah, talk about fucking being dumb. No, we're over it, bro. We know about your intellect. You guys have low IQ. It comes in your Neanderthal bloodline.
Offspring and those children had allegiance to who? Their Arab daddy over their mama. So these Afro-Spanish people in the same dynamic, these Afro-Portuguese people had allegiance to who? They daddy, not they mama. Pedro Alonso Nita, Afro-Spanish explorer, he piloted the Santa Maria during the Christopher Columbus' first voyage of the Americas in 1492.
Nah, gringo, you're not just American. American is all of the Americas. You're a North American from a European fucking illegal bloodline that shouldn't be here. That's it. That's what you are. Am I white? I don't give a fuck if you are. 133rd first, very low. Yeah, I don't understand. The point being is you're a foreign national that is luckily being here, living. Hey, listen, bro. Like, if you guys were that fucking superior, how come you didn't make your shit happen over there in Europe? If you're that superior, you see, you need the fruits of this American land, of this America's land. You need the fruits of what you don't get over there in Europe. Because regardless of how much you think you're from here, you're not from. It don't matter. No, you're not. No, you're not. Stop it. You're a $5. You're a $5. You're a $5 guy, Doug. That's what it is. You're $5, bro. You gave it up since the beginning when you showed up here. Let's continue, fam.
And accompany him on his third voyage in 1498. Nino was born in Spain. He was known as El Negro. His father was Juan Nino, a Spanish sailor. And his mama was what? An unknown African woman.
Traveler and explorer.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Cracker Barrel, I do. As a matter of fact, I really, really do. And I know this for a fact that you guys never came to civilize nobody. You have the help of these people here since 1492. All through 1865, both you and Negroes were slave owners. Now, I'm not saying that you specifically were, but some of what your people were slave owners like these people. And see, that's the history you don't want to admit. You guys want to make it seem like you fucking came and civilized everybody. No, you didn't. Learn about the fucking 1609 starvation times of your people before the whole Jamestown bullshit. Y'all were cannibals. Our gente were trying to help you how to survive, but you didn't want to do that shit. You didn't want to farm nothing. No, you ended up eating each other. Seriously, look it up. Starvation times, 1609. You see, you don't know your history. And the problem is they lie to you, white boy. They fucking lie to you. See, Negroes or black people helped you guys conquer these lands. They helped you guys throughout every single fucking moment. They fought for you guys and with you guys in 1865 to keep being slavers. Just like you. See, in this channel, you don't know this channel. You don't know what we know. No, not you. You didn't free nobody. You weren't born in that time at all. Well, hold on a second. I'm English and they freed the slave. No. You just said that you were like American. Now you're English. You see, you should do that. You should have came in here and said, I'm English that lives in North America. You know, like every illegal alien that is considered you. And then I would take you with that fucking assumption. Because that right there, the only reason why you call yourself an American is because you're a mutt. Because you have English blood, you have like Irish blood, you have Scottish blood, you have German blood. You guys are mixed, man. That's why. If you're a descendant of Ulysses Grant, I don't know why you're in this channel then. I must matter to you. Seriously. If you're that historical.
What's interesting is why would Columbus bring translators? Because it meant that if he brought African translators, they must have been speaking to African people here. Because why do you need someone to interpret if you don't speak the language and they don't speak the language? So there had to have been a commonality between the two people.
But of course, you get rid of all of that with Columbus, who didn't know where the hell he's going, but he had...
Pause. See, this is why I be tripping on it. Like, to me, I had to stop doing this. Right? Hating on a motherfucker doing great things. Now, I'm not saying Columbus and these...
Hey, well, listen, man. You are welcome to watch this channel, but don't think you can walk over somebody like me. Like, nobody here in this channel ever talks like that, thinks like that. We don't look down on people. We don't look up to people. We look at people eye to eye. If you can respect me, I'll respect you. But when you come out on nutty and shit, I will come with the same fucking fire. You get what I'm saying? Let's go.
Moorish was doing great things.
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. This is the way I talk.
In that sense. What I'm saying is they had shipbuilding technology in Portuguese. The Portuguese was the first to advance shipbuilding technology. And they were able to make boats that were able to cross large body oceans. People are like, oh, he didn't even know where he was going. Well, goddamn it, did Africans know what they was going? They wasn't even seafaring people. So people.
Point, not at all. Never. As a matter of fact, the materials that are brought out in the past never show that they were actual seafaring people. Most of the history that we read regarding, the slave trade within those communities, they were going from inland, sub-Saharan, all the way to the coast, right? That's what he's talking about. Let's go.
People like to bash other races and try to make other races and try to make themselves look good, as if they knew where the fuck they was going.
Pizarro had black people with them. Balboa had black people with them. Magellan had black people with them.
Paul, see, but you don't see no black. You might see one black person.
I do want to say Magellan was a Portuguese. Magellan was dark-skinned. But we understand that Portuguese were already transporting slaves from Africa, mixing with African women. That's why I showed you guys the new Voyage to Italy, chapter 2, page 42. It talks about how, they were so-called Jews, you know what I mean by that, right? So-called Jews, Portuguese that were dark-skinned because they were intermixed with each other. But there were all kinds of people that were different colors. Now, they didn't say they were Africans. You get what I'm saying? Well, that's what he's talking about. Yes, they weren't really, the men were not the ones, they was the women. Let's go.
In these pictures. But to get excited about them bringing along a black person as help, you bringing along the help, and these niggas is excited about that. Oh, they had a black person with them. Oh, and he had a black person with him. And he had a black person. Stop the cap.
Bro, here's, in this channel, all of you guys ignore that shit. When I bring up the fact that negros were helping the white boys coming in here, enslaving and doing all this kind of work, funky shit, right? All of a sudden, nope, that didn't happen. He's saying it did happen. But yet you guys are proud of it. You guys are proud of being help. And see, this is why until you both understand what your history is, then maybe we all may come to our senses. Because nobody came to fucking civilize nobody. Y'all didn't do it by yourselves. Black, white, Arab. I'll show you. Because you know what? One thing I do love about why I approach my channel the way I do, because I don't lie, man. I don't like to lie, and it's not even about like, oh my God. Nah, man, it's just, if you fucking know the truth, why in the world would you twist it? I've invited a lot of you brothers and sisters to come out here and download this book right here. I've shared it with y'all. Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. And it shows exactly who was here since 1492. It shows you who was funding it. Do you guys think like, oh, the Muslims are new to America? No, fuck no. They've been here since the get-go. Y'all didn't know that because people lied to you. Seriously, man, if you really pay attention to what the fuck this book is saying, you'll find out. Look here, I'll just read this real quick. It's on page, what is it? Page 8. It says, historians speculate that the first European to sight land on October 12, 1492 was also Jewish. The sailor Juan Rodriguez Bermejo, called Rodrigo de Triana, left Spain upon Columbus' return and entered the service of Moors in Morocco. You understand now why I started with the whole Moorish bull fucking shit? Follow me, family. I tackle shit all the time. Nothing gets away from me. His name and memory are honored today by American Jews for whom the story of the auspicious beginning is a point of immense pride. Immense pride. I read to you earlier what language they came with to communicate with our people. And they wrote that down with fucking pride. They didn't hide it. They hid it from everybody else because they figured you're never going to pick up that book. Why would you even consider looking at that picture? Jews, God, and, history, they'll never think that you're going to look in there. But we know that ego is very fucking strong. And people in power, elites, they always wanted to remind themselves of what they have achieved and what they've been hiding. And why they do it the way they do it. You see, all of you motherfuckers that been over here trying to kick us out, bro, y'all kicking our wrong people out. This is called la participación judía en el descubrimiento de América. This book right here, it's very fucking thin. It's in Spanish. I'm not going to read it. Tells you exactly what they were doing. This right here, I said it before. 1.5 million copies in print. Unquestionably the best. Look, listen to what they say. Unquestionably the best popular history of the Jews written in the English language. Los Angeles Times. Max I. DuPont, Jews, God, and History. 2nd edition. And he says, what? As a footnote to history, we must record the fact. Hold on, let me slow you down. As a footnote to history. Like all your history, all your life that you lived, he wants to make sure that you put that fucking note on the side. We must record the fact. Not the assumption. Not the, we didn't get it right. No, we must record the fact. Remember, they hold media. Remember, they've been printing since 1538. Remember, they funded all that shit. Family, I've done classes on this. Do not get lost in what I'm saying. They've been the power of printing since 1538. Since Sumaraga got here. Okay? Here they say and remind themselves, as a footnote to history, we must record the fact that the Indians on the Caribbean islands where their flotilla first landed were greeted. He didn't say we talked to them and, it didn't work. He didn't say, hey, we tried to talk Hebrew. He says, we're greeted in Hebrew. In Arabic or Aramaic, because Arabic wasn't that further in, by one Luis de Torres, a Jewish interpreter aboard the flagship. For Columbus was certain, again, remember, it says, footnote to history, as a matter of fact, we're greeted. For Columbus was certain, the natives spoke either Hebrew or Arabic. Hold on. And it was the Torres, incidentally, who discovered maize and brought it to Europe. Oh my dear, does that sound like a indirect confirmation? Hold on a second. I know you hate this fucking channel, but fuck you.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
We don't leave no stone unturned. We know exactly who got here since 1492. Hundreds of Jews exiled from Spain and Portugal followed Bermejo and made a name for themselves as Jewish pirates of the Caribbean. I bet you I didn't know that. As Arthur Edward Chrysler called them, including Moroccan-born Samuel. You see what I mean? Moroccan Moor. You see what I'm saying? So, like, where the fuck do you think that concept came from? I don't trust Khazars, bro. I do not trust none of these self-proclaimed Jews at all. They're Khazar converts. I've done classes on that shit. They can't tell me that I'm, supposedly anti-Semite because I've proven my DNA. I'm practically that shit. So no, you can't call me that shit. But hold on a second. We're not done with this. Let's go.
Calm the fuck down. They brought some help who were mixed niggas and biracials. And probably one of the people on the ship's sons or children, okay? Let's go.
The technology for sailing, the astrolabe, all this stuff came from either the Moors or the Swahili.
Oh my God. He just said the technology for sailing either came from the Moors or the Swahili. What in the fuck? Listen here, family. Nothing in this video that they spit can they prove or show and prove. Not one thing.
When Columbus came to one of the islands and he brought one of his black translators with him.
What island? What's the name of this?
When the fuck did it say that he brought many of his black translators? I've showed many documents, many books, many examples that, matter of fact, he even, okay, first of all, Columbus would have understood that, you know, if you're saying he never was in the Americas, then he would have understood that if he came across people that look like you, because people like you looked like that in Africa, and he supposedly landed like that here in this land and saw people like you, he probably would have said to himself, I'm still in Africa, because that is what the Papal Bull gave authority to the Portuguese, all the coast of Africa. Do you get what I'm saying? And Spain got the other side. So Columbus would have been like, no, I'm still in Africa. Fuck that shit. That's Portuguese land. So you see, you guys don't even come to the conclusion of even thinking about that. But let's continue.
This black translator.
It's doctrines, and he brought one of his black translators with him. Came to one of the islands, and he brought one of his black translators.
See, these people refuse to let you know that these translators were mulattoes and biracials. They're deceiving you.
With them. It's documented that the translator came off the boat.
It's not documented. He just made that up. But let me let him finish.
Went into he brought one of his black translators with him. It's documented that the translator came off the boat, went into the Aboriginal society, and immediately started to communicate with the Aboriginal people there.
Oh my God. That is not documented nowhere. That is a blatant devilish lie. Then he said he got off the boat and started communicating with the Aboriginal people. See, black Americans are so fucking confused. Not of the original people at all, if you want to get technical. We're mutants. I'm a mutant, and everybody listening to me is a mutant. You're a mutation.
And immediately started to communicate with the Aboriginal people there. That means that there had to have been some type of previous contact with them to understand each other's language.
Total bullshit. Total nonsense. This is what you need to know. You guys have been filled with Fantasyland history. You've been taught by culture vultures. You've been taught by people who have been ashamed of sub-Saharan Africa. They tried to make you Moors. They tried to make you Egyptians. They tried to make you Native Americans. They tried to make you...
You understand why I was showing that aspect of the courts, the system, how they are arguing about that in the court system? Do you understand now why I came with that angle? Because you're going to see how it's fucking flawed as hell.
All this old bullshit that you ain't. I was the first person in this so-called conscious community to debunk the fact that black folk are not Moors. I was the first person ever to come for Phil Valentine and these wackos in New York. Now, today, everybody's talking about Phil Valentine and shit. Remember when I used to make the joke and shit? This nigga fat, how is he teaching health? Phil Valentine is fat right now, big as a graveyard possum. I said Phil Valentine got Dunlap's disease. His belly Dunlapped over his belt. And he's supposed to be a health guru. Fuck out of here. He's a devil, and he's not a black man. Your Afrocentric teachers were frauds. I'm sorry.
Do you hear what he said? He's a devil, and he's not a black man. But he's a man that acts and says that he's a black man. That's why I used to ask, like, when do you stop being black? I mean, so when do you stop being, I mean, fuck, man. Because I see some people that look white and they're claiming to be black. I mean, maybe I'm fucking wrong. Maybe I'm the problem. Please let me know if I'm the problem. Because I'm trying to wonder, like, I mean, I've seen some fucking people that they're, bro, like, what was that? Hold on a second. I fucking called this dude out. There's some Crip dude, supposedly, or some shit. The guy's like a white boy, bro, with just some afro hair, and he's just like skinny. He looks like he's on drugs. He's got a lot of hair and shit. And he thinks that makes him black, but he looks like a fucking white boy and shit with just, you know, cacarizo and shit that does like drugs. So at what point does, I mean, really, that's why I'm like, bro, he called it himself. Hold on a second.
His belly Dunlapped over his belt. And he's supposed to be a health guru. Fuck out of here. He's a devil, and he's not a black man. Your Afrocentric teachers were frauds. I'm sorry. And it's because you guys tried to rid the community of professionals and credentialed people. And all these frauds and uncredentialed people seeing you guys as a cash cow for them.
And that right there is where the problem lays the most. I made sure that, again, I'm rooted by what I believe in, which is, you know, the scriptures. And one of the things that it says, don't make merchandise of your people. And then it also says in other verses that, you know, don't take gifts because they could manipulate the mind. And I always consider those things. And especially because truth should not cost you a damn thing. But he makes a good point because they've been making money from these people left and right. Making them, I don't know, giving them hope. Like if it's no different than church. You might as well be a Christian. You're giving these people the same money that you gave to the church. Maybe you're giving them more than the money you gave to the church. And that's the sad part. Because like, I'm not saying like lying to my gente here. My gente here that follows this channel, we got about what, 800 or some, 804 or 3 or 2. You know what I mean? And everybody knows here that everything that I share, it's you can source it. You can go there and read it yourself. I'm not making shit up. I'm literally sharing with you what I'm reading. And no joke. I'm going through scripture, history. Fuck, man, I even showed you guys my fucking DNA, and it proves the whole fucking concept. So it's like, you know, like I'm not lying. I don't think I am. Matter of fact, the DNA shit came way later. Shit, there's no point. There's no even reason for me to fucking even make an excuse. Let's go.
Let me hotep hustle these niggas. They dumb. They're confused about their identity. Let's just make up and create some history for these niggas and start teaching it. But first, we got to get the professionals out the way. If they got a degree, well, move these motherfuckers out the way. We gotta give them the impression that credentialed professionals are liars. And they're like, with the government, be careful. You can't believe them. They're lying. They've been taught by the white man.
For you that have been watching since the beginning, or at least maybe, you saw how I showed you that Moorish concept of sovereignty. They're taking it to court. It didn't work, right? It's no different than what he's saying right now. It's the same shit. Somebody told you that that shit was going to work, and now you're realizing that it's not. Like, it's not going to work, bro. But they confuse you, and that's the fucking fucked up part. You saw it for yourselves. A guy literally was evaluated to see if he was competent. And then they said, you know what? Because you're not competent, we're just going to dismiss the cases. Which, the same cases that he was arguing to dismiss initially. But then he's like, no, I'm competent. I want to appeal that incompetence. So it's like, okay, so you see what I mean? You see what I'm saying? This right here that they've done to people, it's fucking horrible. And the fact is that it's your own gente. That's the sad part. I mean, Colombianos or Corimero, yeah, you know, he did his shit. He's a Khazar. Whatever. Fuck you. Fuck him too. But that, you know, that's no excuse. Y'all believe fucking for real, bro? Tariq what the fuck do they know about history? It's real, bro.
Professionals are liars. And they're like, with the government, be careful. You can't believe them. They're lying. They've been taught by the white man. You know, this old dumb fear-mongering shit. What you say? I can't pronounce your name. Yeah, Phil Valentine ain't no black man. He never was black. Black folk got nappy hair. Fuck y'all talking about? 100% of sub-Saharan Africa got nappy hair. People, oh, not all black people. No. If you don't got nappy hair, that means you're a black American and you've been admixed with European.
Ooh. I'm not saying it. He's saying it. And I'm telling you, I listen to him. Not every day, not every month. But I respect the man that brings facts and he loves his people.
because he says he's an African. He's of the continent of Africa. How can you hate somebody like that? I'm from, our people. I'm glad to know who I am. I know what my root is. I don't have to say, oh, I'm from the Americas. Nah, bro. How I know my roots are? I fucking love tortillas. I eat cheese. Like, I love my gente. I eat tostadas. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I don't even know, bro. I don't even know how to say it, man. There's no explaining for it. It's just, you just know. This is who you are. Let's go.
If you go to Ghana right now, you ain't gonna see no straight or loose curly hair people. If you go to the Dinka tribe, all these tribes, you're not gonna find no loose curly hair folk. All of Nigeria and all of Ghana is 100% nappy. And it's okay. I don't see nappy as a pejorative or some disrespect. It is what it is. We only got loose curly hair now, and sometimes some people may. It's because you niggas have been adding folk up in you. Let me read some of these comments.
He's not lying, bro. And that's the thing. A lot of people that come to this channel, they always say like, oh, fuck you, you're a conquistador and shit. And you're like, bro, you don't even know that you guys were the ones helping him.
He said, don't do Phil like that. Yeah, fuck Phil Valentine. Phil Valentine has been a devil for decades.
Got another one, man. I'm promoting this brother's channel right here, bro. I'm trying to help you, man. Trying to help you, brother. I'm glad you're back, bro. I'm glad you're back. You got another video in here real quick. Hold on. This one real quick, right? This one.
This guy's an example.
There it goes right here. Check this out. Let's go.
On how the spiritual, black, and the indigenous people community all around the world is being exploited in real time. This is insane.
Let's talk about who the Moors really are. Much of their history has been whitewashed by others and by themselves.
I've been studying Afrocentric shit for 8 years straight, yo. And millions show this picture right here. And they trick you guys to make you think this guy is some king or some shit.
This picture right here is at the Philadelphia Museum of Art. This picture right here is on the cover of a book. And people think, oh, this is some high-class Moorish chief or Moroccan chief or some kind of Spanish chief. But no, this is a 19th century Orientalist painting. It's not a picture of a Moor in the time periods of 700 up and even up until 1700. It's a painting of a servant. Original title, The Guardian of the Seraglio. Identifies the man as a harem guard and therefore a royal slave soldier, not a native Maghreb chieftain. Guardian, what is he guarding? He's guarding the property and things of the Arabs and Berbers, who enslaved the African and Islamized him.
Now, before we rip this dude's video a whole new asshole, we gotta break down who the real rulers of North Africa were prior to the Moors, which a Moor means a North African Berber, or someone who is descended from them, which Negro Sub-Saharan Africans and Black Americans, you are not Arab descent. Sorry. And as we can see right here, this is primary source, Nubian tribute. Who are these Negroes or Nubians or Cushites? Who are they paying homage to? So, as we can see, the Nubian slaves are being brought on ships. We see the Nubians on the floor paying homage. They're bringing cattle, jewelry, all types of stuff. They're on the floor bug dancing. But bigger than that, look at the difference between how the Nubians look and the ancient Egyptians, right? They're paying homage to this guy right here. And he's not dark brown or black like the Nubians. You see this? That guy is this guy. This is what white people look like when they're in the sun, when they're tan. You see this? That guy is this guy. Those guys I just showed were these guys. And we're going to get deeper into this. The red hair, blue-eyed, the blonde hair, blue-eyed, and the black haired, blue-eyed. I want you guys to read this article right here. I'm not biracial, but I am really tan. And in this thing, he says that he gets so dark he turns almost black. This is a white guy. He's not biracial. He's not black. So the swarthy Europeans that they talk about, right? You guys don't think they're still here? Right? Look at this. Right? Right? This is an Italian. This is an Italian. Right? Closer to North Africa. Now, Afrocentrics are so low IQ'd. Afrocentrics are using the word melanated in exchange for the word Negro. Melanated doesn't mean you're a Negro. Melanated means you have melanin. If you're super melanated, yeah, you are like this. But this is still not a black guy. We got these motherfuckers erasing these guys' history, bro. Right? So, you guys see this? This is the Nubian. This is the Nubian. This is the ancient Egyptian. Right? The Nubians were enemies, servants, and slaves to the ancient Egyptians. You guys see this? Look at the phenotypes. You guys see the slavery in ancient Egypt. This is on the walls. You guys see this? These are non-Negroes running down on the Nubians. So, for these Afrocentrics to say that these slaves are actually the oppressor is making the ancestors of those slaves turn in their grave. This is a Negro, Black American, and this is an Egyptian. And the reason why Afrocentrics are getting away with this lie, getting away with this because ancient Egyptians used to wear Nubian wigs. You guys see this? Just like how Black American women, most of them wear the ancient Egyptian white women hair. That's what the Nubians would do. It's like in reverse, like what the author of the beginning of the video was doing, right? You see that little hole in the forehead? That's where the uraeus goes, right? The little serpent. This is King Tut. Look at his phenotype. This is not a freaking black guy. For 8 years straight, Afrocentrics used this picture and the other picture in the beginning of the video and other photos I'm going to break down for their grift. Now, if you got low IQ, you're going to fall victim. You see the holes? That's for where the snake goes, the uraeus. If you were to take this cap off, this is what the hair looks like. It's a redhead lady with straight hair. Nubians, Kushites, Black Americans, Black people, they don't have straight hair or hair that falls unless you're mixed. So that doesn't make you 100. You guys see this? That's her. And who was her king? Amenhotep. Amenhotep and Queen T, right? These sandals were found in Tutankhamun's tomb, bro. And look who's on there. The Asiatic and the Nubian. They're both bound and they're on the bottom of the sandals to represent them stomping on these individuals. But Afrocentrics want you guys to say, you black people, you're not this guy right here. Isn't that wicked for you to think you are the oppressor? You're talking crap on the oppressor. Some of your people are wearing their garments and stuff, and you're saying you're them. It's very sad and embarrassing. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. This.
On, man, I gotta give you that props. Man, this is why I love the fact that this brother's back, bro. Like, I'm glad to hear back from you, man. I sent you an email, by the way.
That I just showed you guys is this. The reign of Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. Akhenaten and Tutankhamun, which I just showed you guys. They're not Negroes. That means the whole dynasty were not Negroes. And I'm showing you who were the real oppressors in this area before the Arab and Berber, which the indigenous Berber and Arab prior to the Moor creation, they're called the Amazigh. The Amazigh people. Even a little kid could see the difference, bro. Because once you see the lie in this, the whole Afrocentric shit falls to the ground. All the way down to Black Americans being American Indian. Right, the truth's gonna come out soon, bro. I swear to God. Swear to God. Yeah, so I only showed you guys a few seconds of his video. We're gonna go deeper into that video. But he's saying, right, America is Egypt. So if black people are not the Egyptians in Africa, they're not the Egyptians in America. If you're not the fucking Sumerians out there, you're not the Sumerians here. Break down the word Sumerian. It's some Aryans. The ancient Egyptians, the Sumerians, the Aryans that created Hinduism, they're all a part of the same family. They're not exactly the same, but it's the same Indo-European type of family.
Man, y'all need to Follow this brother. Got good points. He had more videos before, man. He just kind of took them off. I don't know why he did that shit. But anyways, I want to show this video real quick.
That's right.
Hold on a second, fam. We'll start right here. And then we got one more video and we out. Let's go.
Full-blooded Cherokee. Like almost all African Americans I know, my relatives are convinced that we have Native Americans in the family.
I have a little Choctaw Indian.
You talk about the cheekbones and...
Yeah, you do have high cheekbones. She always had long black hair.
Tina grew up believing that two of her grandparents were part Native American.
But you're only 1% Native American. You know how your family has always thought that you had all this Native American heritage?
Yes.
It was white heritage that you had.
All this time I've been thinking Indian. I was dying to find out what tribe it was.
You're from the tribe of Europe. And I'm 3% Native American. So I got this a little Indian. You got a little Indian in you. 0% Native American. And 0% Native
There you
American. And 0% who were Native American. We're gonna have to tell the Choctaw Nation in Oklahoma. I misrepresented myself. I'm not Choctaw at all, you know. And you'll see there's no figure for Native American because you ain't got no Native American.
Set the record straight.
Even Don Cheadle, who we would expect to have some Native American ancestry because, because of the connection to the Chickasaw, members of your family owned by Native Americans. But we don't find any.
Wow.
And you're not alone in not having any measurable Native American ancestry. 1 in about every 20 African Americans only 1 in 20 has any significant amount of Native American ancestry.
Now, according to this test, Linda Johnson Rice, you have an extraordinary amount of European ancestry for an African American, 40%.
20% European.
You are 1/5 white.
Wow. Oh, man.
Can you read these percentages?
32.2 European.
You are 1/3 white.
I am not.
I'm 35% European.
19% European.
Are you surprised to know that you have that much European ancestry?
I guess so. As dark complected as I am.
It means you're 1/3 white. Well, that's surprising.
You are 33% European.
Guy goes, well, that's surprising. Like, he's so fucking proper. Bro, can't you tell? Shit. Let's go.
European. Now, this is the 1870 census sum. And what we find is that your great-great-grandmother is living with her daughter, Janet, and her son, Robert, in the household. But can you see who is living next door? Edward Hall? Edward Hall.
I'm not finished. Amazing as this was, you turn the page, my brother. That is Ed Hall's father, your 3rd great-grandfather. A Supreme Court justice in the
He gets his fucking blue eyes and shit.
state of North Carolina. A Supreme Court justice in the state of 3. That's right.
White boy, man. You a white boy. You're a white dude that has black features. You see what I'm saying, family? All of a sudden, the trope type chart starts making you think twice about what the fuck it means.
Right.
These guys are hey, bro, listen. A fucking negro could be an Edomite in your class teaching you about how you should be an Israelite. But he has Canaanite and hateful Edomite bloodline going through his shit. Oh, dear Jesus. Good luck for you. Hey, by the way, did you give him your daughters yet? You stupid asses.
Son, Robert, in the household. But can you see who is living next door? Edward Hall? Edward Hall.
I'm not finished. Amazing as this was, you turn the page, my brother. That is Ed Hall's father, your 3rd great-grandfather.
Gonna tell me he's still black? Here. Let me remind you of what I mean by this shit. Because this is why it fucking bothers me, bro. Fuck the bullshit, man.
The legacy of slavery and placing slavery at the center of the narrative. And that's what we did. It's not that we were hiding anything. I find the backlash in some ways unsurprising and in some ways surprising. For instance, with respect to Mr. Page, when one suggests that the 1619 Project is a project about Black victimization and not patriotism, it makes me wonder if Mr. Page even read the project, or if Mr. Page even read my essay, because my essay is about how Black people, despite undergoing chattel slavery, legal apartheid, lynching, racial terrorism, segregated schools, segregated housing, segregated military, believed fervently in the founding ideals and have fought generation after generation to make those ideals true, and in fact had a faith in a country that didn't treat us as citizens and expanded democracy for all Americans. I don't think that.
At what point is she white or she black? But that's not even the point. That's not even the video. Check it.
And one that will probably be the most surprising to readers is the one by Harvard historian Taya Miles on settler colonialism, Indian removal, and how the 5 so-called civilized tribes also engaged in chattel slavery. I knew we needed to have an essay that dealt with Indian removal, but we had to find the right one. So,
do you hear that? So they bring up the 5 civilized tribes like she does it with their parentheses and shit. And they had slaves. But yet, they don't realize that y'all had slaves since 1492. It hurts, huh? Nah, hell no. We're not going to forget this shit.
A Supreme Court justice in the state of North Carolina.
A Supreme Court justice in the state of...
3.
That's right. That's your ancestor. Direct. Smoking pistol.
I've looked around my family. I haven't seen anybody in my family that have gray eyes.
So your great-grandfather was a white man. Did you know this?
Yeah, my mother said so.
How are white ancestors part of Africa?
Hey, what up, bro? Good to have you here, man. I know you're a busy dude and shit. You got no time for my channel. It's all good. But I appreciate you coming by every now and then. I'm just kidding. You know what's up, VTC, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what's up. Let's go.
In American history, do you think?
How?
Sure. Or are they?
Gosh, of course they're a part of our African American history and more prevalent in the South than anywhere else in the country.
And I have your results, Snoop. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm also ready.
Snoop Dogg, you are 0% East Asian.
Wait a minute. I don't got no Asian in me. I like Chinese food.
Snoop, you are 23% Native American. That's pretty big.
That's real big.
All
That
right?
only leaves 77% left.
You are 6% European.
Well, so what does that mean?
Hang on. The moment we've all been waiting for. Charles Barkley is 75% Sub-Saharan African, a.k.a. black. Drum roll, please. Snoop Dogg, you are 71% Sub-Saharan African.
Hold on a second. Hold on. No, I'm not gonna stop.
That's gonna hurt.
Hold on a second. And by the way,
Puto. Fuck that puto.
Concepts of a plan.
you can't take this shit from us no matter which way you try to roll, bro. Let's go.
Oh my God, Snoop. Charles Barkley is blacker than you are.
Oh, no.
Charles Barkley got your ass by 4%.
Oh, no. I want to feel like George Bush right now. We got to have a revote. This ain't right. This ain't right.
Charles wasn't able to be here tonight, but he sent you a message. Check this out.
Hey guys, thank you for this honor. I am the notorious DNA. Hey, I'm sorry I can't be there tonight. Hey Snoop, I would love to meet you actually. Hey, but Snoop.
Tag this brother like left and right and shit. They started posting some shit here. It's a good video, by the way, bro. It's a good video. A good video to talk shit. So now look, listen, man. He showed my class, so I got to show my class. South Carolina historical. Fuck, what am I? You think I'm gonna fucking leave without him showing my? Nah, hell no, bro. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you very much because this is powerful shit. Let me speed it up. So I already know what I'm gonna say. Let's go. Magazine. We're gonna go to this particular section. Free black owners of slaves. Let that sink in. Now you have wobble with stupidity. Now like, whoa, well, that couldn't be because, you know, I mean, then how come? Exactly. You guys were already working with Spaniards. This is what makes it even worse. That you guys don't even want to pick up your own fucking books and find out exactly, hey man, did we really have a lot to do with slavery? Yeah, you did. And not like in a sense where it happened to you completely, fully, wholly to you. No, technically slavery as a whole is inapplicable to you because as a whole, it didn't happen to you. As a matter of fact, there were several of y'all that were free. Free to do wherever the fuck you wanted. Page 129 on the bottom says, where did these free blacks come from? Some had never been slaves. Excuse me? They had been indentured servants. Some had purchased their freedoms. Others were born of free parents, while some were born free by miscegenation. Yeah, that's why a lot of you guys look like that. A lot of you guys are actually white. Like, for example, Bob Marley, his whole line, they totally think that they're, you know, quote unquote, African Americans, quote unquote. But nah, that whole bloodline, bro. If you come from Bob Marley and you're a boy, you're a white guy. You're just a white guy with good woolly hair and a tan. That's it. Others, let's say, and then it says here, others were born of free parents. Some were born of miscegenation. Slaves were also emancipated from meritorious military duty, for faithful service by the last will, yada, yada, yada. Check this out. Free blacks became slave owners early in our history. Indeed, one of their first legal known sections of slavery, other than as punishment for crime, involved a black owner. In 1654, Anthony Johnson and his wife, in a court suit, gained the service of their black servant, John Casor, for life. So now, follow what's going on here. Prior to 1654, most people came through an indentured servitude program. You understand? A contract, for the most part. All right? We did not have that opportunity. They did. Okay? White and black folks, they did. You understand me? And at this time, Sephardic Jews were self-proclaimed. These guys were also enslaving these people, but under indentured servitude. Now, they were selling us left and right. I'm telling you, family, this shit goes deep. But it said here, like in 1654, right? You can see that this Anthony man, he's black and he owns slaves, but he happened to own this slave, sues him. This is the first case where an indentured servant contract became perpetual servitude.
That's gonna hurt!
So do you understand now what nation of people moved the line? What nation of people changed the line between indentured servitude to perpetual slavery? It wasn't a white guy. It was a black woman and a black man that sent another black man to court because they didn't agree that his contract was done. So then what happened? Because of that, now you got perpetual slavery, fuckface. How come you guys don't talk about this? You're too caught up in being a racist piece of shit, stealing the history of other people while at the same time causing erasure, and you're not seeing this. Actually, let me say this real clearly. Slave owning by free Negroes was so common in that period of the Commonwealth as to pass unnoticed and without criticism by those who consciously recorded events of the time. Do you understand what that's saying? Slave owning by free Negroes was so common in the period of the Commonwealth as to pass unnoticed and without criticism by those who consciously recorded events of the time. But these are the fucking true facts that occurred here in America, okay? When you think that only gringos enslaved our people and raped our women and hung us to trees and all, nah, bro, no, not at all, man. See this? The most remarkable property right possessed by the free Negroes was what? To own, purchase, and alienate slaves. Indeed, for more than 20 years, from the time when free Negroes first appeared in the courts, there were no legal restrictions upon their rights to own indentured white servants in Virginia. And see, this is what disgusts me, especially those, not all white folks, but those that believe in white nationalism, like they're so fucking superior. They believe the critical race theory. It's funny, they're scared of the critical race theory, even though that's not real, but they don't want to admit that they were slaves too. They were being bought. Let me skip that. There were black slave holders in Boston as early as 1727. You see this? There were black slave holders in Boston as early as 1727. In Connecticut in 1787. Now, keep in mind as what we're reading. Boston is up north. Connecticut is up north, okay? We're going to read another book pretty soon that's going to be like, oh, shit. Boom. Before we go to the next one, let me finish this. There were black slave holders in Boston in 1727, in Connecticut 1783, in Alabama by 1797. Among the earliest records in the deeds book of St. Augustine, Florida, it is a document recorded the sale of a black slave to a free black. By a free black. Hold on. Whoa. The fucked up part is that you have been misled by people in your own community. Because if you were really native, like for real, man, I don't think none of us would have a problem, bro. It's not like an envy. No, man. It's like if you are, you are. If you're not, you're not. Historically speaking, you're not. Being misled and then at the same time asking you guys for fucking money. Every single channel that talks about, oh, Aboriginals this, Aboriginals that. Make sure you subscribe to Substack, follow me on this and, hit the like and send me money and donations are welcome and thank you. And they don't work. They live off of you guys believing this shit instead of you listening to your own history and looking back and like, whoa, did this really happen to us or were we really doing this shit? Because now when you see your own history, you're going to start looking at things way fucking different. Then it says here, free black owners were as usual a thing much more severe on their slaves than the white owners. I'm not saying anybody here in particular, but if you feel good about seeing people in slavery and you think, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't feel better about it. That shit's whack. You kidding me, bro? You got children in slavery. So now we're going to go to page 434. 434 so you can actually understand what I'm talking about here. This is on page 34. Slave holding by colored townmen were likewise fairly frequent. The suggestion of this letter that many of the well-to-do colored freedmen tended to prize their distinctive position so strongly as to deplore any prospect of a general emancipation for fear it would submerge them in the great black mass.
Gotcha, bitch.
How long are we going to continue to deny? If this was my history, I would not be denying this shit. I would be investigating. Like, bro, did we really do this shit? This is Africa's in the Americas, 1500 to 1540. It says here, restoring the role that persons of African descent have played in the creation of the saga of the Western civilization has been the motivation of our creation of the African Americans documentary series and the writings of this book. The repopulating of the Western Hemisphere through a series of voluntary and involuntary migrations over the past 500 years was never a one-sided process, and it was never solely a European experience. It may come as a surprise to many Americans to learn that African people played an essential part in this process, from the very beginning, according to one source, Alonso Prieto, from the very beginning. Then he says, according to one source, Alonso Prieto, the pilot of Columbus ship in the Niña 1492, was a mulatto, a person of mixed black and white ancestry. Critical race theory is a lie. Your stories did not start in 1619. In 1502, the great Italian explorer was accompanied by a black cabin boy named Diego. The year of Columbus returned from the final voyage of the Americas in 1504. You see this right here? In 1508, Ponce de Leon, usually remembered for his exploration of Florida in search of the legendary king of Ethiopia, that never found, Preston John, and his fabled fountain of youth, took armed black men with him to conquer Puerto Rico. Diego Velázquez from 1511 to 1512 employed other Africans to help seize Cuba. In fact, Velázquez advised King Ferdinand that many black slaves had assisted him in the conquest of the islands. Bro.
Gotcha, bitch.
Ultimately, by 1867, according to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, approximately 12.5 million Africans had been sold into the New World slavery. You know the story on that one. So now let's search further. As we continue, now that you know, natives, all of this stuff, Europeans, right? Anglo, light skin, they didn't just do it themselves. Y'all helped them. You guys helped them. Marcus, your people helped the Europeans. It is equally important and surprising to many of us, because he's black, to note that not all of the first Africans who assisted the Spanish and Portuguese came as slaves. No, not at all. Some untold number of free people of African descent, black conquistadors, born in Africa or on the Iberian Peninsula, also accompanied Spanish conquistadors. Listen, I'm not going to tie you guys out with this whole shit. I appreciate you, brother, but, you know, I've been saying that for a long time. I'm going to show you this real quick. I'm not going to show you the whole video. I'm going to get to the point. I have always questioned these Wabos, right? I've always questioned their diet. I've always said that if you are from this continent, then you should be eating the food that's in this continent. That should be part of your DNA if you are of this continent. Now, this is going to prove to you, at least in a sense, you know, if this is the old world too, then all these people that supposedly should be in the old world, like Ham, Japheth, and Shem, should be having this diet in their bones. Family. I've been saying this left and right. They can't take your heritage unless they are part of the fucking diet. That's some shit that never changes. It never changes. Do you understand? No matter what people say, the diet of people no cambia, cabrones. That's in your nature. Now listen to this. If you are of the Americas, then you should have predominantly this fucking DNA based on your diet in your bones. Listen.
Same tree, the core,
and then we out.
Or genetics. But the study found that the individuals belong to many different specific branches or sublineages of that tree. This supports the archaeological view that Teotihuacan was a multi-ethnic city. It implies that while people were from the general region, they migrated to the city from many different specific but generally nearby towns, valleys, and villages, bringing their distinct local genetic branches to mix in the metropolis. But genetics alone tells only half the story. To understand how these people lived, the researchers turned to stable isotope analysis. This technique operates on the principle that you are what you eat. As the body builds bone and tooth enamel, it absorbs chemical elements from food. Specifically, the researchers looked at carbon and nitrogen isotopes. Measuring these isotopes is more like reading a cumulative receipt of everything a person ate over the last decade of their life. The isotopic evidence revealed a heavy, almost singular reliance on C4 plants. In nature, most plants, like wheat, rice, or trees, use a photosynthetic process called C3, but distinct tropical grasses, most notably maize or corn, use a process called C4. This different process leaves a heavier fingerprint of carbon-13 in the bones of the people who eat it.
Understand what he said? Do you understand what he said?
Distinct tropical grasses.
Listen to what he's saying.
Most notably maize or corn, use a process called C4. This different process leaves a heavier fingerprint of carbon-13 in the bones of the people who eat it.
Means that in your bones, the DNA shows that you've been eating corn for a long fucking time. So if we are here originally, and we got Ham and Japhet here originally, they should have that carbon copy in their DNA, in their bone. Right? I think, correct?
The levels found in the Teotihuacan skeletons were so high that they suggest a diet overwhelmingly dominated by corn. Maize was not just food, it was their identity, it was their economy. To support a population of over 100,000 people in a semi-arid highland valley required a mastery of hydraulic engineering. Around 550 AD, however, the great city entered a period of violent decline.
So that's where it talks about the actual food. That's why I say you can't take that away from us. These wabos, these negros that try to claim that they were here originally, bro, where's your diet? Is it in your DNA? Do you eat the stuff that we eat? Because if you are, then I get it. But that doesn't happen. Hold on, Sonny. But that doesn't happen. It's been alive for a while. I'm glad that we're here debunking it. Family, you guys have a good night.
Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronado con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A los Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina. Pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde, te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura, somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica, Gambino mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes, si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes, si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Mi gente, por ahí andan las noticias que según quieren deportar a toda la raza trabajadora y les hicimos este corrido, compa Kevin.
Para que le pongan oído dice más o menos así, compadre. Años tengo trabajando de este lado, buscando el mentado sueño americano.
Los gringos aquí ya no nos quieren, que según les estorbamos.
Se menciona mucho en los noticieros, traen muchos mitotesos del gobierno.
Resulta ya quieren deportarme, en eso no estamos de acuerdo.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que batallamos para salir adelante.
Ya con día salimos a chambear, no creo que a nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal. ¿Y qué culpa tenemos nosotros los inmigrantes por querer buscar nuestros sueños? ¡Ánimo, mi gente! Y no se me rajen.
Y así suena lo de la norte, compa Jesús Méndez. Puro elegante récord, mi viejo. ¡Ay, ay, ay!
Unos días no duermo y otros como mal, pa' que a mi familia nada le pueda faltar.
Se murió mi madre y a mi padre, espero volverlo a mirar.
Canto por mi gente, no se vayan a agüitar, que Diosito es grande y de esta ley nos va a salvar.
Nomás acuérdense de Florida, nos volvieron a ocupar.
Resulta que por ser inmigrante mi valor es insignificante. Si supieran lo que hemos sufrido para salir adelante.
Día con día salimos a chambear, no creo que a nadie le hagamos mal. Ya quisiera verlos trabajando como lo hace este ilegal.
Me está diciendo Claudia Shemo ya utayu. Shabete ya comera joven que no pocayu tita pero bien que ag.
De donde soy no nos rajamos, cualquier tierra la trabajamos.
El sacrificio jamás es en vano, que hasta el espacio hemos llegado.
Where we are from no nos rajamos, paisano, hermano, amigo, soy mexicano. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en las venas. Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza. Extraño mi rancho, también mi familia, pueblo querido que no se me olvida, aunque de este lado me trajo la vida, siempre para Adela como Pancho Villa. Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera, verde, blanco, rojo lo llevo en las venas, como el águila volamos sin fronteras, rompemos la malla que separa tierras y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
A nuestras mujeres y madres inmigrantes, un ejemplo de fuerza y valor. ¡Y que viva México!
Y aunque el acta diga americano, hay en puro mexicano.
Y cambiamos de lugar, no de bandera. Verde, blanco y rojo lo llevo en mis venas.
Como el águila volamos sin fronteras. Rompemos la malla que separa tierras. Y nacimos con legado de grandeza.
Yo, las líneas que parten el mundo. Yo, el meridiano.
Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies del Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
En una simple frase te explicaré cómo es mi gente. Si maltratas a un carnal, te devora la serpiente emplumada, va en picada, desquiciada el águila real. Le arrancará la cabeza a quien dañó su nopal.
Somos un ejército cautivo esperando la señal pa' comerme al enemigo. Huitzilopochtli, dime si es rival o amigo. Que del ejército mexica tus guerreros siguen vivos.
Soy un monstruo con la pluma, mis rimas envenenadas. Hoy me llaman Quetzalcóatl, soy la serpiente emplumada. Dueño de la tempestad y del tempo está muy claro. Un diluvio de verdad, en la instrumental soy Tlaloc.
Certero en mi disparo, hilo y camino, el flechador del cielo. Pero con rimas, cultura de mi tierra que nunca se acaba, con águilas y estrellas que vuelan desde las aguas. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies del Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies de Cuauhtémoc.
Como aquí, bro, te juro no existen dos. Si voy a creer en alguien, solo va a ser en mi Dios. Yo me encomiendo a mi madre, que me cuida y me protege entre sierras. Amor de tonas y claro, sí, amor de mi madre tierra.
El que nunca falla, el de sangre maya, el que va dejando huellas al que buscan y no hallan, el que da la talla, el que triunfa y calla, al que copian y se basan, soy el calendario maya. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno.
En fuego como un 10 son los pies del Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies del Cuauhtémoc. Yo soy guerrero de orgullo moreno. Mis dioses son verdaderos. La Cozontli es el que cuida mis caminos y senderos.
Mi tierra pinta paisajes de autor, la naturaleza es una obra de amor donde el artista se expresa. Mira y aprecia el arte de Xochipilli, mi diosa de la belleza.
La guerra, el arte tienen cercanos roces. Netzahualcóyotl, rey con tintes de dioses. Un guerrero, poeta y muy pocos lo conocen. Hoy te lo recuerdo yo, el Sensontle y 400 voces.
Guerreros y leyendas que la historia a veces calla. Dioses de un ayer, de un hoy y de un mañana. Yo me encomiendo a Cuauhtémoc y Pachita es quien me sana. En mi sangre sigue viva la cultura mexicana.
Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies del Cuauhtémoc. Que sepa el mundo que soy de orgullo moreno. Ande donde ande, no olvido de dónde vengo. Traigo la sangre de un indio todoterreno. En fuego como un 10 son los pies del Cuauhtémoc.
Este día enfrentarán a un ejército que se asume como invencible. Y es así porque no se había topado con mexicanos dignos. Mexicanos guerreros, como nuestros ancestros, como los que están reunidos hoy aquí.
Recordando nuestra historia y las glorias del pasado. Recuerda, oh patria mía, en cada hijo hay un soldado. Los ejércitos aztecas preparados a la vez, enfrentándose a muerte con las tropas de Cortés. Españoles invasores sufrieron en vestiduras de los guerreros mexicas, trozando sus armaduras. En 1810 inicia la independencia, con Hidalgo dando el grito a la carga y sin clemencia. Miles de hombres y mujeres con espíritu valiente murieron por un gran sueño, una nación independiente. 1821, tanta sangre no fue en vano, de la ceniza resurge el imperio mexicano. En San Juan de Ulúa intentaron reconquistarnos, nación libre, soberana, al invasor le confirmamos. En el norte los apaches atacaban sin cesar, atrapen a los traidores, los vamos a fusilar. Los gringos robaron Texas, alimañas insensatas, en el Álamo pagaron con masacre los piratas. Los yanquis expansionistas quieren más, eso es notorio, vienen marchando del norte, quieren nuestro territorio. Tomaron Chapultepec con descaro y con desquicio, lucharon hasta la muerte el batallón de San Patricio. Arizona, Nuevo México y la Alta California, esa herida no se cierra, simplemente se transforma. No pasaron muchos años desde la última ocasión, desde Europa se orquesta ya la próxima invasión. El 5 de mayo empezaron las agresiones, los valientes Acapuaxlas pelearon sin municiones. Enfrentan al enemigo con rifles y con machetes, disparen con los cañones, denle muerte a los franceses. En el campo de batalla el enemigo se destroza, la victoria es mexicana, grita Ignacio Zaragoza.
Este 5 de mayo, los franceses van a respetar el águila mexicana y van a mirar esta bandera hacia arriba y hundidos en su sangre. ¡Viva México! ¡Pero viva México libre!
Porfirio Díaz trajo paz, eso decían las noticias. Derroquen al dictador, estamos hartos de injusticia. Tomen todos sus fusiles, prepárense para la acción. Se escuchan por todas partes, ¡viva la revolución! En esta lucha eterna, no se pierde, no se empata. Lema, tierra, libertad, viva mi general Zapata. Que al traidor se le capture en la pared, se le acribilla. Una leyenda mexicana, el general Francisco Villa. 1926, preparen armas en los cerros. ¡Viva Cristo Rey! Gritaban fuerte los cristeros. En la Biblia viene escrito, aunque algunos les aterra, hay tiempos para la paz, pero también para la guerra. Contra los japoneses batalló como ninguno, son letales desde el cielo el escuadrón 201. Mexicanos muy valientes, patriotas de este país, hoy su sangre está regada por los campos de maíz. Ya lo dijo Napoleón en un escrito iracundo, 5 hombres como Morelos podría conquistar el mundo. Esta letra habla de historia, mi intención no es revivirla, mi intención crear conciencia para ya no repetirla. No se ocupa ser soldado ni militar en acción para luchar por tu tierra, para luchar por tu nación. No necesito armas, mucho menos de las balas. Mi armamento es mi talento y las balas mis palabras. Hoy los tiempos han cambiado, siguen los mismos errores. Guerra, guerra, sin cuartel para todos los traidores. La violencia y la injusticia hoy azota a la nación. Se combaten estos males con unión y educación. Recordemos a los héroes y honremos su memoria. Mexicanos de estos tiempos, volvamos a hacer historia.
Fui forzado a sacrificar muchas vidas en búsqueda de la justicia. Pero al final he salvado la vida de mi amado México.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo. Pero tumbar gente, chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, vienda live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada, se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida que sepas no es barata. MC Davo los desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México, cabrón.
Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pindón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi yo, yipi yucas. Guanas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal. Los machigones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundee que en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie que me comprenda, pero sigo siendo el rey.
Oh yeah. Asesino. Kid Frost. Mi vida loca me vale poca. I keep them cuates on me, ese that's 2 pistolas. 3 parts pure, 1 part baking soda. Take it out the microwave before it bubble over. Hooters on a quota, look over your shoulders. I push weight box plays, I don't sling boulders. I make moves, the kind that move mountains. My voice echo thunder, the streets stay pounded. It's Guaguera, Tijuana, La Frontera. 17.5 and I pull it out my sweater. I'm DOC, duck or cover, yeah homes. Nobody does it better, I'm a mean go-getter. Glands of adrenaline, quick on my toes like I'm laced with a vitamin. Seasoned rap veteran, I ain't got a floss. Every move that I make, let you know that I'm a boss. Asesino.
Dice, mi barrio pesa, se llama Nesa. Puro pinche loco con tatuaje en la cabeza. No te metas en lo que no te interesa, porque el coyote está hambriento y está buscando presa. Sácate de esa maleza de la naturaleza. Vamos a hacer que la casa se ponga espesa. Si llego al estudio pego como Julio César. Aquí tus figuras tiemblan, salta destreza. Tengo gente que está metida en la empresa, que en la cara tienen a la muerte impresa. Están buscando poner el pan en la mesa, rifándose la limpieza o sacando la fresa. La mamá que reza porque el hijo no regresa. Ponte trucha porque te devoran si bostezas. Aquí andamos representando con fuerza para todos mis paisanos del West Side. Esta es mi ciudad, donde está mi pueblo. Apenas si me voy, quiero estar de nuevo. Que me digan dormido si lejos me muero. Que me traigan aquí fuego. No vas a aguantar las reglas del juego. Si soy lo que soy es porque te tengo. Si estoy donde estoy es por donde vengo. Cuando prenden el micrófono ya no me detengo. Saben lo que pretendo y el nivel que mantengo. Con el loop de scoop escupiendo un incendio hasta que Los Ángeles se vuelve el infierno. Andamos bien puestos, echándole el resto a todo volumen con los vecinos molestos. Ritmos crudos, ritmos frescos para todos mis paisanos del West Coast.
Con la fe, ajá, yeah. La promoción lunática, na 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 na, ey, ey. Pregunta dónde se quedó, pregunta cuándo fue que la muerte por su casa pasó, pregunta por su vida y mira su cuerpo tiro en la mitad de la cabeza y se pregunta si es su muerto más si la muerte vino por él, llevándose alegría. A su hermana la puedes ver llorando todavía. Todos se preguntan quién, pero nadie puede responder hasta que pega el fierro en la mano del muerto. Ahora es un fantasma que vive pintado en una pared, el mismo que anda penando en el barrio. No está tranquilo porque caminando con otro la ve, por la que se mató sin pensarlo bien. ¿Y para dónde es que se van? Cuando por una tonta razón se van aquellos que más quieres. Pregunto para dónde irán. Es uno menos en el barrio y uno más para el recuerdo. De pocos a pocos mi gente se desvanece, pero casi siempre son los que no lo merecen. La muerte de un inocente lo sabe la gente, pero nadie dice que él se lo llevó. Se rompió un corazón, lágrimas de madre, sangre en sus manos y no lo comprende el padre. Recuerda que la vida no tiene un valor y grita al cielo, mejor recógeme a mi Señor. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente en tu recuerdo, en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que la muerte ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente en tu recuerdo, en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que la muerte ahora está presente.
Dime dónde están los que desaparecieron, los que no volvieron, los que de uniforme se vistieron. ¿Dónde están los que ya no están del soldado Juan, que una bala traspasó su cuerpo con el ruido de una? Son historias como mi prima Gloria, que su cuerpo no aparece pero queda su memoria. Niña de 5 años que su aliento ya es agónico, encuentra el cuerpo pero envuelto está en periódico. La vida es una tumba que la suerte te depara, la muerte está en la mano de aquel hombre que dispara. Padre que espera a su hijo que vive en la urbe, pero al día siguiente lo recogerá en la morgue. Se cuentan horas, días y también los calendarios. Primo, nadie sabe si caerás en cementerios, como mi amigo Mario que jugaba a ser sicario, hasta mató a su hermano y lo tomó como algo serio. Se cuentan horas, días y también las estadísticas. Para la policía un expediente más en balística. La lista aumenta y también el desenfreno, como aquel niño que golpeado en el hogar se siente ajeno. Le pone freno y toma la decisión, sacando la pistola de su padre en el cajón. Su lápida ahora pinta: hijo mío, te queremos, y la muerte nos permite, algún día nos veremos.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente en tu recuerdo, en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que la muerte ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente en tu recuerdo, en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que la muerte ahora está presente.
¿Dónde van? ¿Dónde? Dime dónde van las almas que se pierden en el camino de la vida. ¿Dónde van? Dime dónde van. Que detienen pulsos y otros por impulsos para el diván. Penas que se cuentan en la esquina, cuidado con la neblina que la muerte se avecina por la acera. Joven estudiante muere en una balacera. Otro lío de pandillas que en el diario aparecerá. La vida se desaparece como el humo de un cigarro, locos disparando desde un carro. Otra vida que se pierde bajo el cielo gris. No se puede ser feliz cuando gente muere en un desliz. Como Marco que soñaba con ser narco, viajar en barco y olvidarse de las penas en su cuarto. Pero cada vez que parcha ya se siente harto, y su corazón marchito marcha para el infarto. Almas en oferta como Berta, que se acuesta en una cama pero en otras se despierta. Son 14 años y ya perdió la niñez. Se desaparece un viernes y no regresa en 2 o 3. Coleccionando amores, sin importancia a los rumores. Malos menores, sin temores y sin valores. Deambulando en cada sitio, con el futuro a convertirse en un graffiti.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaz es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el cuestapal. Político en vez de patrullas en vez de camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el otro sobrino pero bueno de un primo hermano pariente papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo falso, culos, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. Autoeducación en camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trata la friuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. ¿Qué? Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crían, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún delegado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black Sumenta, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber?
¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de lagartos de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flujo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchano neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi pro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el black shit, black sea metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desde Peña, a la victoria, para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's money gang, gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente, también me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nadie la teña, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le doy, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cinco mob, negro, yeah. Cinco mob, nigga, yeah. Nero Luigi, man, Incas mob, yeah. It's money gang, 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 yeah.
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el Ness. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3.
Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me brande, yo seré la ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito pa' que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete que parido de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clown de clown en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no existe patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Mental, hip hop peruano. Rasgo en la maldita base.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir.
Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.